hey, hey, hey. Yep. Hey, 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 hey. One, two, two, hey, two. Wow. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, yep. One, two, two, two. Chicka chicka.
Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and fellow education enthusiasts, welcome to the start of what promises to be an enlightening and inspiring journey over the next 3 days to the vibrant city of Las Vegas. I, Jillian, am thrilled to stand before you as we kick off our much anticipated education conference, where we'll delve into the latest trends, insights, and innovations shaping the landscape of learning. Over the course of our time together, we'll explore a diverse array of topics, from cutting-edge teaching methodologies to groundbreaking research, all aimed at empowering us to create a brighter future through education. But before we dive into the rich tapestry of discussions and workshops awaiting us, I want to extend a warm, heartfelt thank you to our incredible gold sponsor, Sean K. Shakarami, founder and CEO of Opilia and Sean K. Shakarami Performance Coaching. Their unwavering support has played an instrumental role in bringing this event to life, and we are truly grateful for their partnership. Now, as we embark on this journey together, I encourage each and every one of you to join the conversation online using our conference hashtag Education2Conf. Whether you're sharing insights from our sessions, connecting with fellow attendees, or simply spreading the word about the incredible experiences you're about to have, your voice matters and we want to hear from you. Without any further ado, let's begin with our very first session of the day. Our upcoming session is ready to take us on an exciting journey to explore the future of K through 12 learning and what does learning look like in the near future. How we are preparing our kids for a world we can barely imagine. Now let's find out together in this panel discussion on future of K-12 learning, priorities and trends in 2025 and beyond. This topic promises to be as enlightening as it is essential, so buckle up for this thought-provoking start to our day. Please join me in welcoming our session's moderator, Pamela Tapley, the head of school at Pace Brantley Preparatory School, and esteemed moderators. Please welcome Pamela.
The rest of us will all head on up here. Welcome to Education 2.0. We are so thrilled to be here and to be your group of panel speakers this morning. What we've decided to do is, because we have such a short amount of time, so much information to share with you, that we are going to, is that on? That we are going to kind of self-moderate so that we can utilize our time as effectively as possible. I wanted to first introduce myself. I am Pam Tapley. I am honored to be the head of school at Pace Brantley Preparatory School for Learning Disabilities. I've been there for 10 years. And prior to that, I spent 22 years in the public school system, both as an educator, a curriculum resource specialist, working with low-performing schools, as well as a high school principal, approximately 2,500 to 3,000 students, and an assistant superintendent of schools. I've served on ACT State Board as well as College Board throughout the years. And I was honored to also be a national trainer for Thinking Maps when they first came out in 2001. Outstanding cognitive skills for thinking. I was also published in Leading Learners by Dr. Rosemary Taylor on changing culture and climate of schools. And then one of my most recent, most exciting opportunities was traveling to the UAE as a guest of the Royal Family and Ministry of Education and spending 2 weeks over there with administrators, the Ministry of Education individuals, as well as speech language therapists. And it was an exciting opportunity, and I currently serve on 2 of our state boards, one for Step Up for Students in the state of Florida and one for Florida Council of Independent Schools.
All right, thanks, Pam. I guess I'll start at the beginning. I was born, I was born in Elmira, New York, and first of all, my name is Dr. Graham Pierce Lyon. I was born in Elmira, New York, and I went to Catholic schools growing up. Got my Eagle Scout award at 13. Went to public high schools after that. Elmira Free Academy as a varsity swim team captain. Then I went to University at Buffalo. Ended up with a triple major in physics, math, and chemistry with a minor in education. I did research on superconductivity. I was awarded the National Teaching Fellowship that brought me to Purdue University in Indiana. And there is where I'm currently at. And I taught there in the public schools for multiple years. Then I went back for my PhD, and so I currently teach graduate courses at Purdue University, and I'm the founder and president of School Alive. I'm a Christian. I'm a husband to my wife Sarah here, and I'm a I'm a father. Oh, sorry. I'm a father to. So what more can I say?
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Julia Olaiju. I'm a scientist and an educator. I have my background in genetics, my PhD from Rutgers University, and then I went for an MPH at Harvard T. Chan School of Public Health. I'm also a professor at St. Elizabeth University, where I teach genetics, pathophysiology, and other topics. I'm also the founder of Food Niche Head, where we focus on helping teachers introduce the science of food and health in the classroom. Our goal is to tackle the problem of childhood obesity, which is impacting children, their educational abilities, and also their health outcomes overall. That's briefly about me.
G'day, everyone. G'day. I'm Belinda VC Brown. I've come all the way from Australia to be here. My business is called Meet Andy, which stands for Meet Your Accessibility and Inclusion Requirements. And I've come all this way because I'm really passionate about accessibility, and I'm on a mission to make a difference in that space. I don't know if I'm holding this too close. So I want to make a difference in this space, and accessibility is so important because if we can unlock learning for students, it's a game changer. It means that they can reach their full potential, and I'm just so excited about the opportunity to do that. A little fun fact about me is that in Australia, I love old cars, so I've got 3 old Fiats that I zoom around in the Queensland sun.
Hi there. I'm Eleanor Angelides. I'm the founder and board president of Open Hearts Big Dreams. And Open Hearts Big Dreams is a not-for-profit that use the best of business and tech innovations to become the largest publisher of children's books that are culturally appropriate, featuring African stories and African languages in the world. And our main goal is to improve the literacy rate of my daughter's birth country of Ethiopia. And our second goal is to increase the amount of diverse books available for children globally. A fun fact about me, I'm super curious. If you had kids that are curious, you know what that's like to parent. But as an adult, I took that curiosity to lead me down lots of different paths. In my 13 years as an executive at Amazon, I parlayed that into 7 different roles that were as different as the general counsel of Amazon France, the first director of competitive strategy and negotiation, as well as my last role at Amazon, the director of Kindle Content Risk Management. If you want to know what that means, come see me afterwards, for Kindle Direct Publishing, which gave me a taste of publishing that I took to mean I could do something really huge, and that led me to where I am today. And if you see me around, you can call me the book lady. I have books over there. I now do not travel anywhere without children's books. So if you love children's books, come see me.
Thank you. Hello, yes. I'm Sheetal. I'm founder of Scholars Ally LLC based in California, US. Scholars Ally is a platform for eminent educators like you, institutions, as well as thought leaders to see that they can enhance their impact as well as amplify their reach and go global. I started Scholars Ally with a vision to connect educators based worldwide and bridge the gap between West and Eastern philosophies in education. Before that, for 15 years, I run an education company in India where we have trained 4,000 plus students in pursuing career in STEM and leadership. So now I sit here, my vision here is to connect all the global leaders in education and make education accessible to all part of the world. So that is where I'm with you. And if you find me around, yes, I'm the person for you to help you reach out in the part of the countries or part of the world where you wish your impact can make a very, very good goes on the education. So see me and yeah, over to you.
Thanks, Chantel. I wanted to tell you a little bit about Pace Brantley. So Pace Brantley is a school for children with diagnosed learning disabilities. We work with children primarily dyslexia, dysgraphia, dyscalculia. We also work with students with expressive receptive language disorders, as well as those students that have ADHD or on the spectrum, where they also have a diagnosed learning disability. And so what we have found is, and really it's not just about students with disabilities, it's really about students. And what we have found is that through education and through so many of the states that have all of these mandates, that we've really taken the curiosity and the innovation out of our curriculum and put in all these state testing and everything. Well, being a nonprofit independent school has allowed us to reverse that and really look at innovation and creativity in another way. And so this year we have started a makerspace that really deals with high innovation, and we're doing a lot with 3D printing. But the most fascinating one when I talk to people is called our Flex Period. It stands for Focused Learning Experience, and the students have that 40 minutes, 4 times a week. And it's really just to build curiosity and innovation. There's no grades, there's no expectations on the kids. So they have an opportunity to come up with things that they are curious about, things they want to know more about, things that they want to journey down, from building bridges. We've had some setting off rockets. We've had some that have gone into cooking lessons. You name it. It's now to the point where the students are finding the teachers to self-sponsor those 3 weeks, and it changes every 3 weeks. And what we have found is that through building this particular time of curiosity and innovation, they also have increased their academic success in the classroom. It is right after lunch when we know kids take a downhill climb and are ready to pack it in for the day. Well, this, you can tell, energizes our kids and gets them ready to go into the remainder of the day and find that quite successful. And so it really is for all students. If you have not, Tony Wagner is a great book, Creating Innovators, wrote it some time ago, but if you want to read something and look at it and really self-assess your school of what are you doing outside that box of mandates, but what are we doing to stifling kids' education and not putting in the opportunity for them to remain curious and innovative? All right, Graham, I think it's up to you. Looking forward to hear.
Thanks, Pam. I'm really happy to hear that you are implementing the Flex Period, the flexible learning experiences. I think that kind of points at one of the big challenges that we have today, which is inauthentic education. We want education to be what it purports to be, and we claim that we want to unlock students' potential. We want to individualize education, but how much actual time during the day do we give to that? Are we allowing space for the kids to identify their individual gifts and passions? So when I was looking at the current kind of educational landscape, I was like, where am I going to send my own kids, first of all? And so I was like, well, why don't I just homeschool? But then I was like, okay, well, there's pros and cons to everything, right? And I think that we need to kind of branch out and maybe keep the family feel of a homeschool environment, but we also can have the benefits of a larger organization and the benefits of a community. And so I figured, why not create a microschool, which is what we did. didn't even really know that that was a thing at the time, and now we're part of the National Microschooling Center, so I realized that it was a much bigger movement than I had even realized. I was just so involved in the formal education space my whole life, I didn't really understand that there was a lot of innovation, happening behind the scenes in these spaces that can be more flexible, and you can actually individualize education, and you can tailor the curriculum to the individual student. And so I think that moving forward, we definitely need to put an emphasis on that. And so our model at School Alive, we went beyond STEM, the science, technology, engineering, and math, and we added art, which I'm sure everybody would support, to get to STEAM. And then some Christian schools, they'll add R for religion. And I was like, is there anything else that's missing? And right around the COVID time, I was like, well, what about healthcare? I mean, that's a big part of our lives, and that's something that I think we need to focus more on, just personal healthcare, clinical healthcare, health sciences. And so I added H to the acronym. I kind of broke it a little bit, and the only word that popped out was hamster. so the whole model is authentic hamster education. But at the center of that hamster wheel, let's say, is the passion. It's all about allowing students to identify what they're passionate about, and then exercise that passion as a normal part of their school day, so that by the end of the system, they actually know what they want to do with their life. And I think that's one of the main goals, right, of education. And so I think that moving forward, we need to push for more of that. So Julia, I know that you are interested in healthcare and advocate for that, so I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Sure. Thank you. One thing that Pam said that really stood out to me was out-of-the-box thinking, and approaching education with that mindset is very, very important. Today, a lot of times, teachers think about their objectives, the learning objectives for this class, what the school, the state standard is, and we move on. But the truth is, children in schools, especially in America, are struggling. The CDC reports that 1 in 5 children in America struggle with obesity, and they're considered obese. And the challenge here is a lot of them have mental health issues stemming from how their peers view them, how their peers approach them every single day. Some of them stop coming to school because they don't want to be looked down upon or talked down upon. Now, do we just leave this as is and not do anything? I believe education has the power to help them cause positive behavioral change in the classroom, just helping them understand why their food choices matter and bringing science into the picture. And that's one of the things that's behind Food Niche Head. We think about science education as something that can help you understand the world around you. So when we teach science concepts, we provide resources for teachers to help them help students learn more about taking care of themselves and help them understand why their food choices matter. And that's the core of it. When you want to innovate in a space, you have to think about, number one, what is the problem you're trying to solve? And number two, what is being done currently about this problem, and how can you make it better? And number three, ask your customers, ask the teachers, ask the students, what are some of the things you need? So for us, we created a gamified platform that brings science education alive and makes it fun and engaging for students. But beyond that, we provide resources that make them think about what they're learning, emphasizing some of those concepts and helping them explain the world around them, especially when it comes to the food they eat and how it affects their health. We've heard a lot of feedback from teachers and parents alike, but one particular one stood out to me. A teacher told us that their students enjoy engaging on the platform, but even students that have low motivation for schoolwork enjoy engaging with their peers and leveraging technology in their learning experience. And that brings me to the one point. There are many challenges in our educational system, but for us to tackle this problem successfully, we need to think outside of the box and bring new approaches that are relevant to this generation that tech savvy and think very, very differently from our own generation. I know that Belinda has been talking about innovating technology to improve accessibility, and I'm really curious to learn more. Belinda.
Thanks, Julia. And I do love the out-of-the-box thinking. It's, I guess that underpins a lot of what I want to talk about today, which is starts with the word disability. When we say that, when we start to put a label on, students and, as being different, as being something that we need to cater for, in a different way. And I think that if we could just remove the word dis, and if we just talked about abilities instead, that's I think a game changer. I mean, all of us at some stage in our life, and when I started thinking about this, what's my unique ability, all of us at some point in our life have or will have something that we're not going to be able to do. I know for myself, my eyesight's starting to go, and I'm wearing contact lenses now. So that could be a permanent disability that's just happening because I'm aging. But then there's also temporary disabilities, like if you have an eye infection, for example, and you're having trouble seeing the screen. So, this is something that all of us, are going to have at some stage in our life, and something that we need to think about in how we're educating, our students. And in fact, if I was to go around the room here, I think, collectively, we could have maybe some mobility issues, maybe someone's a little bit harder hearing, or maybe, like me, vision is declining. But then it might be some of the unseen things, like some mental, troubles, or, someone might actually, identify with being neurodivergent. These are all abilities that have special powers that we need to think about when we're putting together the content for our students. And that's why I've come all this way, because I think that there is a solution, and I think there's something that we can do or integrate into lessons, and some of that is video. So if we think about a video format, it's visual, it's auditory, and it's kinesthetic. And it's a medium that we're starting to see in Australia is got some great results. Actually, Curtin University, and you guys might not have heard Curtin University, but they're in Perth, and they're at the forefront of some of the research that's happening globally around accessibility. And they're doing a study at the moment that's when you've got captions and audio descriptions included in the video content, if it be a recorded lecture or if it be some content that you show in a lesson plan. It means that students have the choice to either read it or hear it, and then the transcript that comes out of it. And by the way, it's those three things that you need on your video content legally. So even with the ADA here in America, or we have WCAG in Australia, it's the law to do it, but just nobody's doing it. And so we do need those three things, and I think it becomes, incredibly, a great tool to be able to do that. But we do need to make our videos accessible, and it has been hard before. And so that is why I have created a tool. Well, since 2020, we've been creating a tool that uses AI and machine learning, and it basically takes, so you can just be the video content, creator, and we can make it accessible for you very easily. So I've got a stand actually in the end hall, and we've got some demos going to show you how easy it actually is. But I want to share a little quick pilot program that we're running, because music accessibility is something that I'm quite passionate about. And in Australia during COVID, our Australian government handed out quite a bit of money. I don't know what happened here in America, but they handed out quite a bit of money to different businesses so that they could create some online training tools, because the students couldn't come in for their general music lesson. Sydney Youth Orchestra got some of that funding, and they put it together, and they did, for example, some violin lessons. So then I had a look at this content, and I'm like, well, you know what? None of this video content has those three things. There's no captions, there's no audio descriptions, and there's no transcript. So they say that the standard you walk past is the standard you accept, right? So I couldn't walk past that knowing what I know. So we are now got a pilot program going for a blind student. So Sydney Youth Orchestra, who generally wouldn't have accepted, or a blind student wouldn't have gone to them, now has a blind student. She's an 8-year-old. Her name's Jem. She's born blind, and she is using the remediated material that we've created from the Sydney Youth Orchestra that we've now added all the parts to. It's not only the video content, it's the documents and the supporting tools too. And we're actually in the process of trying to create Braille music that can be we're teaching teachers how to teach Braille music, because what's the point of unlocking music if they still can't read it? So, it's an exciting program. We're starting to see some great results, and I think accessibility is something that should be on our radar, and it's only something that if knowledge is power, right? And so I think accessibility and what we're doing in education here in first world countries, so in America and also in Australia, is so valuable, but there's a lot that needs to happen in developing countries. And I know Eleanor has got a great story to share around that.
Thank you, Belinda. I feel a little bit like the Sesame Street game. Anybody know Sesame Street? Maybe? I got one here. Which one is not like the other? So I am not a formal educator. My parents are both teachers. My husband is a teacher, so I feel like I get some family cred, but I'm a lawyer. Don't hate me for that. I did a lot of things that were not practicing law, but it's been a very useful degree. But the start of Open Hearts, Big Dreams really wasn't very innovative. It started when my daughter, who was adopted from Ethiopia as an infant, became a toddler and was starting to learn about her birth country and starting to learn that where you were born in the world created an opportunity gap. If you were an average child growing up in Ethiopia versus an average child in the US, your opportunities were very different. And her reaction was very swift and very direct as a little one. That's not fair, Mama. You need to fix it. So we started a traditional approach, because who can't respond to that? And we knew we needed to connect her to her birth country and her birth culture. So we built a library in her birth town. We fundraised and provided strategic advice for organizations working on education in Ethiopia. And then fast forward 5 years. I'm still working at Amazon at the time. And the literacy rate in Ethiopia had stayed stubbornly low. It's a country of 120 million, and roughly half the population is not able to read or did not get the opportunity to learn to read, and it's worse for women and girls, as every problem in the world is worse for women and girls. And I asked myself, if this was an Amazon challenge that I was given, would I be able to make no progress for 5 years and still have a job? I will let you guess what the answer to that is. So then we started to do something different and really wanted to innovate. And to me, innovation is very simple. I hear that think outside the box, but for me, it's even simpler than that. Try something different. So what we learned was one of the biggest challenges for literacy in Ethiopia is the lack of children's books. So how many in this room, just raise your hand, know how to read? Everybody raises their hand in Ethiopia, that would be half the people with their hand down. How many of you learned to read with books? That sounds like a weird question, but what I learned is there are inadequate, very few children's books that are culturally appropriate in first language. What if you had to learn to read in Arabic and your first language is English? That's not going to work. So we saw an opportunity to innovate, try something different, and create the missing books. Remember, I had that one job in self-publishing, which made me think I could do this. But we also just said, who can come with us? And fast forward now 6.5 years, we've created 150 unique books. The goal was 200. We're going to hit it. It was crazy, and now it's not crazy anymore. In the top 3 languages that is spoken in Ethiopia, Ethiopia has 70 to 90, and not dialects, languages. We're up to 12, including some endangered languages, 22 languages globally, and we've distributed almost 500,000 locally printed copies all over Ethiopia, which is a huge country if you're not familiar with your African geography. But that's by the numbers, and I love impact by the numbers. My dad is a math professor, so is my husband, but I find the impact that really touches me is the stories, the heart stories. So I have so many, I can tell you, that just make me cry. But there was one that stuck with me that's sort of representative of the stories we hear. I was in Ethiopia visiting a library site, and an elderly gentleman that was one of the town officials was with us that day. We brought samples of our books. At that time, we were just printing in the US, so I was bringing copies with me. And I noticed he tucked a couple under his arm, and all day long as we were working, those books stayed there. So at the end of the day, I approached this gentleman and I said, sir,
those are samples. Is it possible to have my books back? He looked me in the eye and he said, no. No, it is not. I am a grandfather. These books are not available for my grandchildren. I cannot give them back to you. There's nothing you can say to that. I can tell you he took the books, and he may have gotten a few more. But we don't appreciate here sometimes that the opportunities we get, even the ones that are challenging and we're trying to improve on, are not available everywhere in the world. And it shouldn't matter. Education is a human right. Where you are born should not determine the educational opportunities you get. So we're trying to change that. But you may have guessed, I didn't know that much about Ethiopia before my daughter joined our family. I am not a publisher. I am not an educator. So what made me brave enough, or you can use another adjective if you prefer, to do that? And a big part of that was connections and networking, and a daughter who said, you need to do this, and has joined us since. She's now 15 and has authored a number of our books with us and is the biggest champion and the biggest supporter. And I know she is talking to you about networking and connection, but I can tell you how truly powerful that is. So I'm looking forward to hearing more from her.
Thank you so much, Pamal. It's such an inspiring story. Yes, so education in 2025, where we are leading soon, right? So how many of us believe information equates to knowledge? So let's go back, and I will try to change few of your perceptions. Right since the ancient days, information is available to us. It has only changed or evolved the way it is available. It was available in the form of scriptures, books, computers, internet, and now AI innovations. Innovation necessarily does not mean knowledge. So I firmly believe that to transform innovation into knowledge, you need a wisdom to process that information within, analyze it, and make it or bring it to productive use. And that is what the job is on us as educators, as people in the institutions who are trying to impact learners. So learners should be more knowledge seekers and not information gatherers. So that is where our roles become very prominent. To share my story, I am born and brought up in a very small village in India. Went to one of the topmost colleges in India, pursued my engineering degree, went to an institution called Indian Institute of Management, which teaches you entrepreneurship, and went on founding my education companies, and now am here in US, right? So throughout my journey, I have realized information was available everywhere, but it is not that source of information. It is rather the connect, the mentor or a coach which comes on the way, and helps you use that information to make better something out of it. That is what leads the spark of innovation. So when we are in the era of education now, we are educationists. So I firmly want to pass on this message to all of us. This is the time for us that we have to play our role very, very effectively. Reason being, imagine your student as a candle, with impactful fuel filled in it, very powerful fuel. But unless and until there is a flame or there is a spark given, child or a student will not able to shine or not able to make best out of his knowledge. And that is the role as educator we play here. Whether it is a primary student or a scholar or an academician, industrial expert, everybody who has led the innovation, leaders in those roles have been sparked by somebody which is a human wisdom, or which is a wisdom that helps them process the knowledge, aptly. So that is what is the scope for all of us as educators. So we have AI innovations or the information today in our era available as a complementary tool to us. So this is a time to make the best use of it and form the system which will lead or shape tomorrow's leaders. Otherwise, our students are only going to be information gatherers packed with lots of information. To make leaders, yes, we need to bring that scholarly impact. And that is where all of us see a great opportunity to play our role in education field. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you, Chantel. I wanted to say, just listening to some of the other panelists, we talk about our students and what we want for them. And not only is it about the academics or the innovation or curiosity, but it's also about developing good people. It's about developing kind people. So at our school, every morning our kids say a pledge that we treat everyone with fairness, kindness, and respect. And I think creating a community, no matter how small it is, that then blooms into much larger ones is also key and essential that we are doing as educators. One of the articles that was in Newsweek way back in 2010, it talked about the creativity crisis. And here we are 14 years later, and we're still having that crisis. So I challenge you in this room, don't wait. Set about a plan. Say that we're going to do something that builds innovation, builds curiosity in our students. What is it going to look like? Talk with your faculty. They are enormous wealth of information. Talk with your kids. They'll give you great ideas. But go ahead and do it now, because just imagine by creating something that provides curiosity, innovation, respect, fairness among your kids, imagine what the spark of those minds are going to do and how those children will soar for the future. So I challenge you, begin that today.
Thanks, Pam. So with the title of this panel being, the future trends and whatnot, I think we've heard a lot of different trends here. I think that one of the most important trends I would say would be to individualize the education to the child, right? And not just to say it, but to actually do it, and to provide the time that's necessary to come along that child and support their unique talents and gifts, and not just deliver a prescribed curriculum, but actually tailor the curriculum to the student. And so I think that's a big deal. And I also think that we need to be a little more comprehensive with our education too. Pew Research came out, said the #1 concern of parents was mental health. And I know that healthcare is something that's missing in a lot of schools, and so that needs to be added. There's other things that need to be added too, but just having a more comprehensive approach that actually builds 21st century skills, I think that's going to be a huge thing. And I think that another trend should be looking at the very purpose of education itself. I think we need to get back to the basics of understanding that this is a endeavor to prepare the next generation, and we want to make sure that we don't lose the brilliant minds of all of these children. They might have weaknesses and strengths just like everybody, right? We all have a different learning profile, but that doesn't mean that they can't contribute. They don't have a plan and a purpose for their life. So I think that is really, really important. So at School Alive, we're very clear with our success criteria. It's not really about standardized tests. It's not about getting students to the next grade. It's not about getting them to college. It's about preparing them for life and eternity. And so I think if you make that very clear and you have a very, very concise success definition, ours is 7 words, being who God made you to be. I know as a Christian school, that's ours. Yours might be different, but just be transparent about it and actually make sure that what you're doing aligns with that. And so I challenge everybody to just ignite your own passion and try to ignite the passions in those around you.
Thank you, Graham. And for me, I really believe that education should be applicable and impactful. It's not just to inform, it's actually to transform. And I think when we think about our students as educators, we should look for opportunities to help them know how to apply the knowledge they're acquiring in the classroom to create impact outside of the classroom. And this has to be intentionally done. It's not something that will happen by default. It might not be in our structure currently, but it's something we can introduce. Our world is changing, and I think it's important for us as educators to look at the next generation and ask ourselves, who are we training? Who is this generation that we're training? And be intentional about how we help them to become better informed citizens, in particular when it comes to their health. We talk a lot about mental health, we talk a lot about other issues that has to do with health, but sometimes it starts by making little changes in how you eat every day, little changes in what you do every day will all add up to make big impact. So I want to challenge everyone today, look for opportunities to create impact through knowledge. Thank you.
Thanks, Julia. I think socially, for change to happen, we need to talk about our differences as our abilities. And I think if we're in education and we have that role, it's our role to open that up and to lead by example, but to listen to what our students need and then use the technology as that enabler, as the way that we can then tap into the different needs of the students that we're teaching, instead of them having to adapt to the lessons, which is what they've had to do in the past. And I think knowledge is power in that, and it's something that, you know, the more that you can learn about accessibility, the more that you will then write or design for or create that content that then that is then connecting into the students' different abilities. And I think that this is a big problem that we all need to work together on, because it's only when we work together can we really make a difference.
No, I'm a big believer in every one of us has power and responsibility. A question I get asked very often is, why would you name an organization something as audacious as Open Hearts, Big Dreams? It was done very intentionally. I believe if we open our hearts, we work together, we collaborate, not an easy thing, but an important thing, and we have big dreams, we innovate, we try new things, this will result in large positive impact. One of the things I wanted to do with the organization that I'm leading now is show that ordinary people, mostly volunteers and a tiny budget, can do something that very large organizations with very large budgets and lots of time have failed to do. I want to do it to solve the challenge that I identified, but I also want to do it to unlock other people, to say, she's not that different, he's not that different, they're just like me, I can do something. Because I believe if everyone does something, whatever it is that they believe is their responsibility, whether it be, in my case, you bought one of my books or you helped me create a whole library of books, if we all do our part, we will create a much better world, because educational opportunity is what unlocks all of us, and that's why this talk here today is so important.
Yes, thank you all of us. You know, it was so insightful to hear. And if you all notice, there is one common thought of all these thought leaders is technology is an enabler and we have to make best use of it. So to conclude this from my end, I would like to leave this message that yes, look at information as information, and that's not a knowledge. And our job as an educator is to help that information get transformed into a knowledge. So apply the wisdom and see to that how our students or the learning community that we are trying to impact on really gets into leadership roles if they have that message. And that comes only with the wisdom associated with it. So impart your wisdom to them. Impact on me of a good educator has been, it has transformed me from a fashion conscious young lady applying for elite companies and jobs to a makeup free direct person what I am today. I can talk in any conference or any event, unfiltered, can express my thoughts. And that I feel is a power of education that I have received in my life. So we as an educators just focus on that one spark at a time. You know, we don't necessarily need to light the whole world, but that one spark at a time, it will reach and you will achieve your full potential, as well as the world will be much beautiful place. And education is a tool to do that. Thank you so much.
I wanted to just let the audience know that over here at this front table that many of us have our business cards and other material if you want to pick some up. I have a business card that has a flip book that goes directly to our school that gives you additional information. And then also don't forget that Belinda will be out there, that she also has some presentations. So we will be around afterwards. We want to thank you so much for attending, and also I want to thank the co-presenters for this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that insightful session. A huge thank you to our wonderful panelists and our moderator for their engaging discussion and their valuable insights. All right, ever find yourself clinging to old habits or ways of thinking that no longer serve you? Well, you're not alone. Our next keynote dives deep into can letting go of past conditioning empower leadership in a disruptive age? It's about shedding those outdated beliefs and embracing change, not just to survive, but to thrive in an era of disruption. And who better to guide us through this transformative journey than our keynote speaker and gold sponsor, Sean Shukarami, the founder and CEO of Opelio. Get ready as Sean shares his insights and strategies for breaking free from the past to lead with empowerment and vision. Let's welcome him to the stage.
Thank you. My name is Sean Shakarami. It really is my pleasure. I'm so grateful to be here in front of you. The first thing I'd like to ask is if we could stand up and shake it out a little bit, please, everyone. Shake up, shake it out. I get it. It's early. A lot of us traveled. I'm jet lagged. You're jet lagged. So I'm just a small business owner. I'm humbled. I looked over the sheets. You are all incredibly accomplished people. Many of you in this room may take nothing away from my talk other than equipping you with tools to help other people. So please keep that in mind. If this isn't for you, that's okay. There's someone in your life that this is for. The reason I asked everyone to stand up is because the first thing to start new habits and to break old habits is to do something different. How often do we get stuck inside of our technology? In fact, I'm a hypocrite because throughout today and the next day, you're going to see me on my phone. I get it. Business is important. In some ways, business takes priority over what we're all here to accomplish. But for the next 15, 20 minutes, I would ask for your undivided attention. And I do promise that at the end of this session, there will be a time to pull out our technology. All right? It's a great tool. I don't want to shy away from that. Now, not only am I so grateful to be here just because of how humbled I am by all of your accomplishments, I'm grateful to be here because, truthfully, I shouldn't be here. About 10 and a half years ago, I had landed my dream job. I'm not sure if anyone's seen the movie. I think it's called American Psycho. But I was an investment banker. I didn't even know what investment banking was until my freshman year of college. I got on campus at TCU, and I was not quite a 4.0 student, but I was always a high achiever. Maybe that resonates with some people in this room. Now, the way the system works is it is built to guide the top talent to certain industries. TCU was a non-target school for investment banking at that time, and I was part of their business honors program. And I had nearly perfect grades in finance and accounting, and so the natural course was to tell me, hey, this is how you get to Wall Street. Now, I'm a Texas boy, born and raised in Fort Worth, Texas, going to downtown Manhattan for 2-3 years as investment banking analyst. That was a little above even my pay grade, but I did land a job and found an investment banking job in Dallas. When I started, I was thrilled. About 3 months into it, I was starting to understand maybe living someone else's dream isn't actually as fulfilling as I thought it would be. But I grinded it out. I was working easily 90 to 100, 110 hours a week. And one of my best childhood friends growing up was getting married. I was a groomsman in his wedding coming up. It was on a Saturday. In investment banking, you don't get Saturdays off. I am a man of faith, but at that time I wasn't practicing my faith. But I did tell them I went to church because that was about the only time that you could get off was Sunday morning in order to go to church. And I used that time to sleep in. So I remember waking up. It was late September. It was a Saturday morning. I was coming off 3 all-nighters in a row, and I had just gotten this really awesome, fabulous machine. Maybe you've heard of espresso. Maybe we have some Starbucks fans. I had one of those, $1,000 espresso makers. Looking back on it, espresso was my drug. And I, kid you not, lined up 6 shots of espresso to wake up every morning. And I lined up my 6 shots of espresso, took them, hopped in the car, and went off to where I thought I was going to my best friend's wedding. I was in the right-hand lane going down Northwest Highway, and I took a normal exit, and I lost control of my vehicle. I remember being suspended midair, flipping over the median wall, and rolling down a grassy knoll. Now, what is it about Dallas and grassy knolls? One of the most vivid memories is being upside down as my car was propelled into the air. And my life did flash before my eyes, kind of like those cartoons, and all I could think was, this is what I'm going to be remembered for. I remember letting go of the vice grip I had on the steering wheel and preparing for imminent death. My car made impact and rolled down the hill, and it stopped on its side with the driver door crushed against the ground. My mom always wanted me to be a doctor, and I couldn't because I would faint at the sight of blood, and I remember being scared to look down at my body. But I mustered up the courage. I looked down, not a scratch on me. I climbed out of my sunroof. Thank God I had a sunroof. And I waited on the side of the highway for paramedics and ambulance and firefighters, and my cell phone had been ejected out of the car, and thankfully a Good Samaritan stopped, and I was able to get medical help, at which I denied. And being the strong fighter that I am, I still made it to my friend's wedding that day. Except I don't remember an important part of the story. I wasn't in the right-hand lane. I was in the far left lane. I wasn't going the speed limit. I truly believed I was. They believed, based on my tire marks, that I was going about 120 miles per hour. I had fallen asleep behind the wheel of my car. I was going in and out of consciousness, and what I thought was the right-hand lane going 60 miles an hour, I cut across 4 lanes of traffic to make an exit, to make it to the wedding, lost control of my vehicle, and flipped it over the wall. There's 2 very important lessons here. One is seeing is not always the truth. I believed I was in the right-hand lane. I believed I was going the speed limit. That was not the objective reality of the situation. The fact that I stand here is a miracle. There's a lot more to my story. Over 10 years have transpired since that moment. But over those 10 years, I truly believe that I was spared for a reason. And that reason was to figure out what in the hell is my reason. And over those 10 years, I've learned that empowering others and helping others rise above their trauma is where I get my greatest satisfaction out of my life. You see, when we're shedding past beliefs, many of these beliefs we didn't even voluntarily choose. The reason I was so driven in school although it is a respectful ideal to be good in school, was not my belief. It was a belief that was passed on from my parents. Now, I'm still responsible for that belief, and I still believe in that belief to try hard and do good in school. But when we err on the sides of radicalism, radical results are not always what we want. Sometimes we do want radical transformation. But when we believe in such things to a degree of which it overshadows our core values, it can become a limiting belief, even good beliefs. The trauma that forms our beliefs often happens at very young ages. And unfortunately, because these things happen at very young ages, they get stored in the amygdala. I bet many of you already know what that means. But for those who might not, the amygdala is basically the small lizard part of the brain that governs some of our most hated types of emotions. So when trauma happens at a young age and it gets stored in the amygdala, we may not actually remember the trauma itself, but we feel it. We feel it in the forms of what we call anxiety, depression, hopelessness, feelings of overwhelm, stress that you cannot control. Many of us in today's society find ourselves in a constant state of fight or flight. Our parasympathetic nervous system is constantly shooting cortisol down our veins. I believe it's one of the reasons that we have such an obesity epidemic. I believe it's one of the reasons that we have a suicide epidemic. I believe it's a reason behind the social media addiction in teenagers, the comparison, the overwhelm, the depression, the hopelessness. It goes on and on and on. And the cure is actually very simple. The cure is stillness. I'm a man of faith. One of my favorite Bible verses is be still and know that He is God. When you look at that verse and you look at the different translations, be still translates to stop striving. When we think about that in context of who we are and what we do on a day in and day out basis, many of us strive. I strive. I'm a small business owner, acquiring new customers, making deals happen. It's what keeps food on my family's table. It's exciting, stressful. I wouldn't trade it for the world. But that constant striving is killing us. It's killing us. So I set out to share my findings, and I wrote a book. It's called Resonate Principles of Peak Performance. It tells more of my story, but the reason I bring it up is because I laid out principles. As a CPA, one of the beautiful things about accounting that a lot of people don't understand is that it's not black and white. In fact, go talk to a doctor. They're going to tell you the practice of medicine is not black and white. Nothing in life is pure black and white. It's all different shades of gray. It's judgment calls, and we create boundaries or principles. And so I created a book of principles that I learned that help people figure out what it truly is stored in their amygdala, stored in the back of their mind, the trauma that's holding them back from helping and empowering others. It's an acronym. So to resonate, the beautiful thing about resonance, if you're a music lover like I am, is you cannot resonate alone. You cannot do business alone. You can't succeed alone. Can't fail alone either, just by the way. It takes a community. To resonate basically means to carry significance with. The R is for rhythm. There's an energy. There's a current. There's vibrations and frequencies. There's a rhythm to each day, to each moment, to each season. If we can find ways to develop practices within a principle of rhythm, by rather than fighting the rhythm, but being comfortable within it, you're that much closer. How many of us have ever had the experience where we have a boss that says, I need that by tomorrow, and you know that you can get it done by tomorrow, but you're going to be sacrificing putting your daughter to bed that night? I know I've been there. That's not acting within the rhythm. That's fighting the rhythm. The E is emotional intelligence. I remember when I was a young child, they asked me what I wanted to be, and I said I wanted to be president of the United States.
You're in.
Yeah. And as I got older, I found out what I was really asking for and decided against that dream. But I bring that up because many of us do want good things in our life. Promotions, elevation, whatever position you're seeking. The number one skill to get where you're going is emotional intelligence. As a small business owner, I provide advisory services for clients at investment banks, for fairly large companies and organizations in the healthcare industry, which is where I have my financial background. And every CFO, CEO I meet with, they don't understand nor care about the spreadsheets. As great as they might look, what they care about is the emotional intelligence of the counterparty and the other relationships that they have around them. The S is sequencing. So the emotional appeal, now the logical appeal. Things happen in sequential, logical order. I've worked with a number of young, ambitious individuals wanting to start up their own companies, wanting to become entrepreneurs, or may have already made that jump. And I made the same mistake myself. You cannot skip steps. It is very rare to skip steps and be successful. It can happen. I'll give you an example. LeBron James has so much generational skill and talent, he was able to skip college and be successful in the NBA. I'm not LeBron James. I don't think anyone as skilled as you are LeBron James either. Even Michael Jordan went to college and played college ball. What I mean by skipping steps can be simple. You wake up, my routine is I study my Bible, I have my prayer time, I do my meditations, and I work out, and then I have a protein shake. I skip any one of those things, and my entire day can become derailed. Now, I'm not telling you to be OCD, but I think you get the point. O is for order. There is a hierarchy. There are institutions that should be respected. There are also hierarchies that should be taken down. However, before we take steps to take down a hierarchy, you should ask yourself, is it my place? Is it my calling? Is it my anointing to take this hierarchy down? Or would it be better serving, more helpful to me and for everyone around me if I just found a new hierarchy? My last corporate job did not treat me well. There was a part of me that wanted to tear down the hierarchy. I decided to create my own. In is nature. Spend 20, 30 minutes outside every day. It's that simple. And understand that everyone has their own nature. Appeal to it. Get in tune with it. Live in community. A is your attitude. Bring a game-changing attitude every single day. And all these sound easy. They're simple. One of my favorite mentors always told me, Sean, keep everything simple, but always remember there's a big gap between simple and easy. So we have to train every day. I don't know what that process looks like for you. That's why it's a principle. That's the beautiful thing. You apply it to your life where it fits in. I can tell you what it looks like for me. What it looks like for me is waking up at 5 a.m., going in on my couch, in my PJs, where I'm comfortable, and meditating in all the wrong positions that they tell you are the right positions to meditate. Maybe one day I'll perfect the lotus position. Maybe not. It's okay if it looks different. In fact, it's good if it looks different. Because that is the secret. There is no right way. Your power is in figuring out your way. And you train. If you can't guess already, that's the T. Train it. And I promise, if you put all these principles in action, it will culminate. Small, consistent habits every day will culminate into the E. A life of excellence. Excellence does not mean success. Excellence is not a reflection of your bank account. Living excellently is doing your best and letting go of everything else outside of your control. Now, you say, okay, that's great. That helps me a lot. How do I empower others? That's the other secret. By letting your light shine, you are giving others permission to do the same with their life. They say for the power of God is a sound mind. We get our minds right. We reflect that to the others around us, and that is how we help empower others to do the same. It's not religion. It's not ritualistic, religious laws or views. It's principles. It's Proverbs. It's Psalms. It's tears, it's hugs, it's cries, it's laughs, it's joy. It's living in community with others as peacefully as you can. And understanding that there is no utopia. There is no perfect promised land, not here, not on this earth, but doing our best to manifest it through our own reality each and every day. So, as we head west on Caesars Drive, if you put these principles into action, I promise, people will take notice. In fact, in the beginning, people will probably think you're weird, and that's okay. People might walk out of your life. And if you radically put these into practice, and people ask you a question, you can simply say, you know, I'm doing what I need to do to be the change that I want to see in the world. So with that being said, I did promise that there would be a moment to pull out your technology. I'd love you to pull out your cell phones. Go ahead. It's okay. Something new. If you'd like to remain in contact, if this resonated with you, I do publish a free newsletter. Have a podcast. I send the podcast updates over the newsletter. If you go to your iMessage or your Messages app and type in 844-721-1940 and just text message the word victory to 844-721-1940. It'll ask you for your email address. Plug in your email address. You'll be subscribed to my newsletter. And I'd love to stay in touch. I'd love to help you help others. Thank you guys for being here. It really truly means the world to me.
All right. Thank you, Sean, for that heartfelt and valuable insights. Our next panel discussion on EdTech enterprises and universities as architects of progressive learning, bringing a revolution together, is all set to explore how the synergy between EdTech enterprises and universities is sculpting future learning and making it more dynamic, inclusive, and accessible. Let's delve into the transformative dialogue and discover the future of learning together. Please put your hands together for our panelists who will share their expertise on the topic, and the moderator of this session, Serena Chang, the co-founder and chief product officer for Impelio. The stage is yours. Welcome.
All right, good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? Great, my name is Serena Chang. We have here with us today Lisa, Steve, Karen, Tim, and we'll also be joined by Dr. Streisel. And our conversation today is really going to be around EdTech and educational enterprise as a progressive lever for university and progressive learning. So before we start our conversation, I know it's that time in the mid-morning when coffee's kind of worn low, you've been sitting still. So I'm actually going to invite everyone to stand up, panelists included. I know. And let's first, all right, let's stand up. Let's stand up. I know everyone's tired. You've probably just flown in. And as this lady's doing over here, pick one or two parts of your body that you either want to stretch because you've been sitting on a hard seat or an airplane. So I'm going to stretch my lower back. And then I'm going to invite everyone to take just 2 or 3 deep breaths. You can hear the breathing on the stage here. Just let yourself clear out. Yes, we've got a little asthma on the stage as well. So if you're wheezing, no big deal. All right, and let's all take one more deep breath together. Inhale. Exhale. All right, thanks everyone. We'll get our panel underway. So we'll start off with everyone just giving a quick bio. If you can share your name, where you're from, of course, a bit of what brought you here. But if you can also please end with just 1 or 2 sentences about your mission statement. You know, what is your company about? What's your passion in education? I think just providing 1 or 2 sentences about why you're here and why you have your company will just really help open this discussion up. So Lisa, I'll have you start.
Thank you. Because I have the microphone, I get to go first. That's delightful. Hello, everybody. My name is Dr. Lisa Andion. I am a director for a global solutions engineering team at Anthology. Anthology is a merger of 4 education technology companies. The one that I came from, you may recognize as Blackboard. So the learning, the nods and the heads, the learning management system that all of us who have attended school have used, particularly during the pandemic. We all became very familiar with learning management systems, particularly if we had children. So my team is the pre-sales team. So we accompany the account executive to visit our customers, and we're the ones that demonstrate the proof behind what we're saying, where we can solve people's problems, right? That's my team. We're the product experts. And my team is global, so I've got all the people all over the world. The other reason that I'm here is because I also, in the years that I've been working in education technology, and through my work in my doctorate, which is an education doctorate, by the way, apropos, is around women in leadership positions. And so I am a speaker around that topic, encouraging women to take positions of leadership in education technology or just in general. So that is really what I am here to talk about today. So thank you for joining us. And I'm going to pass the mic over to my colleague.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Steve Simmons. I'm the COO. My partner and I was just self-promoted myself. I'm on the stage, so he's no longer CEO. That's how it works. I'm the co-founder and COO of a company called Nylent, which is NIL Education Solutions. We are, I don't know if any of y'all are familiar with the NIL space, names, image, and likeness. If you follow college athletics, it means college athletes are now able to get paid. I'm not going to give away too much of this because I'm going to be talking about this afternoon, and I promise it's riveting, and I'm going to need you all to be here for that. But our focus is providing financial literacy, mental health well-being, and social media savvy for college athletes. My partner, 20-odd years in the Chicago Blackhawks organization. I worked with professional athletes on the finance side. And the one thing we learned is these guys and a lot of the female athletes are going bankrupt. They're becoming homeless, going to prison. All these things are happening because they are not given a proper level of education on the most basic levels. And that's a gap that needs to be addressed, and it's our opportunity to get in there and actually do something meaningful. So we look at it, our mantra is NIL's not 4 years, it's 40 years. We're trying to lay the groundwork for these athletes well after their playing years are over. So we're looking much further down the line as much as possible and trying to do something good in the process. So thank you.
And Steve, when are you speaking today?
I was told it's after lunch, so please don't eat a heavy lunch and get all tired and whatnot. Yeah, I think it's like 1:45 or something. I'll keep it short. I won't go the whole 30 minutes, but so
stand up, stretch.
yeah, yeah. I mean, look, if we can all do it down on the craps tables where everyone's all a lot more energetic, apparently that's fine too. But sometime this afternoon.
We'll look forward to that. Hi, I'm Karen Tilstra. Nice to see you all. I can kind of see you. these lights. But I'm a co-founder of Creativity Effect. Creativity Effect, his name means the effect of creativity. So we help people find their creative voice because we believe everybody's creative with leadership potential. But few people believe that, and those that do believe it don't know what to do with it. So we help create for education, for healthcare systems, for anybody who wants to learn how to bring creativity and innovative practice into their lives. And we believe that that's how we're going to meet the challenges of the rapidly changing world. So we said everyone can work at their highest potential as the world continues to rapidly change. So glad to be here. Oh, here we go.
Good morning. I'm Tim Jackson. I have the privilege of working at an organization called SHAD Canada, which is based in Waterloo, Ontario, which is about an hour outside of Toronto. SHAD is a charitable organization that is a STEAM plus entrepreneurship organization, and our primary program is for grade 10 and 11 students who spend the month of July away from home at one of 22 universities across the country. Over the course of the month, they're exposed to university level lectures, workshops, and they do a design challenge where they're asked to solve a large social problem using scientific or engineering principles. And so looking forward to the discussion for the next half hour or so.
Great, thank you. So my name is Serena Chang. I'm sure like many on stage and many of you, I wear several different hats that somehow all meld together. So I'm currently a PhD student doing my research in what I call integral or whole person education. And as it applies to the conversation today, the education model I'm building is really about holistic development of the learner, right? Not just intellectual development, but certainly kinesthetic. We had a little bit of a kinesthetic connection here with our stretching and our breathing, emotional, psychological, and for some of us, spiritual and religious development as well. And for me, all of that kind of comes into play. I co-founded a professional development education company 3 or 4 years ago called Impello. So we are focused working with university partners such as RIT. So I offer courses called Self-Design Studio, what is now becoming a professional workplace advancement certificate. Again, where we're really guiding learners, whether they're students who are just graduating to mid-career professionals that are making career advances, to some of my favorite students who are late career learners who are like, great, we have 25 years experience, and how do I really situate myself to do something meaningful in this last stage of my career? So again, both my research and my company Impello is all about whole person development applied to professional development. Great. So before we dive into our conversation with our panelists, I just kind of wanted to get a sense of who is in the audience, what your perspectives on education are. So who here is in EdTech or has your own education enterprise? Panelists included. All right. How many are educators yourselves? All right, a lot of educators. And then focus, I know our first panel was K-12, who are focused on younger students through high school. Great. And then who is higher ed and professional development and on? Okay, and I see we have some people who are certainly crossovers and have raised their hands for it all. So we've kept this panel discussion focused on a few questions. And if you want to insert a question or a comment as the panel is speaking, all of us would like to invite you into the conversation as well. So please raise your hand. And we'll also reserve a few minutes at the end of our sessions just to really open up to questions and answer from audience. How does that sound? Okay, got a few thumbs up and everyone here is on board, so I like that. All right, so to open it up, I'm going to invite our panelists to first answer, what is the gap? What is the gap in the marketplace? What is the gap in kind of the educational structure, in leadership that you're trying to address with your EdTech or your educational enterprise. So really kind of lay out some of the problem statements and how you and your company are really coming at providing a solution. And what I'll do is I'll invite Karen for you to speak to that first.
For me, I find the gaps in empathy. It could be students, faculty, parents, staff at a university. When I was working and teaching at a university, I noticed that understanding, even before technology, and I started equating it to a yoga class that my sister-in-law drugged me to. And I thought, how hard can yoga be? Well, when I got there, I was all the way in the back and there's mirrors everywhere. And I noticed the jokers in the front were the people that could do everything. And so I was just trying to keep up and not fall or make some embarrassing noise by doing downward dog. And at the end, I got through it. And one of the star students in the front said to me, I noticed in the mirror, you were having a hard time keeping up. Maybe if you listen better. And I thought, wow, downward dog, upward cat, flying bird, whatever. I said, I just am trying to get the language. And that really stuck with me because as I worked with university students as an educational psychologist, I found that before anyone could understand anything, everybody was trying, and people, students, faculty, and staff and parents, before they could even embrace the technology, they had to have empathy and understand that we were trying, they were trying, and we had to have a language. So we kind of stay in the empathy stage of helping people get so they can understand, so they can even embrace the technology as it's coming. It's so fast in different ways.
Karen, we're going to have you lead us in downward dog as our next.
I kept going, and I stayed in the back of the room and tried not to look in the mirrors. But yeah, I encourage you to go to yoga. You can learn some lessons besides just stretching. I mean, there's a lot of lessons in yoga.
There absolutely are. So, and I'll invite anyone else to step up and speak.
Sure. Just curious, how many of you all have a teenage child by any chance? Do they know how to write a check? Right? I mean, it's beyond me. You know, when we look at some of these things, you know, I'm of a certain age where when I went to high school, we still had home ec. We had home ec and shop as options. And that's all gone by the wayside. And what we don't have is a class that teaches any form of financial literacy. So these kids don't understand how to write a check. They don't know what a budget is. They, you know, let alone things like how credit cards work or what interest rates are. So now you fast forward and we're working on the collegiate level where, by the way, if you're a high school aged quarterback graduating high school and going into college, if you're not making a minimum $750,000 a year in college, then you did something wrong. Now, I'm not going to argue the merits of how much money is being paid to the kids. That's great. But they don't know what they're doing with it. And at 18, 19, 20 years old, you don't need a parent to sign off on contracts. You don't need a parent to sign off on trusts or certain deals. And if you look at the number of professional athletes that file for bankruptcy, and I'm literally just giving away my entire afternoon speech, so you know what, don't show up. It's going to be awful. But you can look at 30% of all professional athletes across all sports file for bankruptcy within 10 years of retiring. What's going to happen to an 18-year-old who has no idea? You know, we have a kid we saw who got his first NIL deal, got paid $100,000, got paid on a Monday. By Friday, he spent it. Yeah. And we had some choice words with his agent and said, well, at least I'm sure y'all put aside some money for taxes. He's like, it'll be fine. He'll take care of it on his next deal. Well, let's see. Paying money for something future to cover something that passed, there's a word for it, and it sounds like Ponzi. It doesn't work. You can't pull money from one thing to cover something else. And to be honest, this kid's not the sharpest tool in the shed anyway. How he got a deal in the first place is beyond me. But these opportunities are out there, and we focused on this saying there's got to be a better way of just teaching the basics, right? Just teaching things to help engage these kids but it has to be done in a way that's, engaging and enterprising and really holds their attention. Because again, having as a father of a 16-year-old, that boy's got the attention span of a goldfish. So it's really just finding that niche and getting in there and trying to work through it.
Okay. So what gap are we filling in education technology? So this is going to come as a surprise to nobody, but it's not actually a new problem. Going back all the way to when Gutenberg created his press, the way that people gain knowledge changed forever, right? You used to have to come to the sage on the stage, the person who had the knowledge, and listen to them speak to learn anything. Then when you could print books for cheap, right? Anybody could buy the book and get that knowledge. And we thought, great, everyone's going to be educated now. Didn't work that way. It turns out you still need the professor, the faculty member, the person who has the knowledge to help you understand the content, right? Reading the book isn't enough unless you're a genius. So fast forward to where we are today, and technology has sped up the process. And the age-old problem that we're really trying to answer is, how do we get access to the people that want to learn something or need to learn something, who are not able to travel to be in front of the sage on the stage, who will give the lecture notes and guide them through the book and the content and whatever your discipline is, the lab material. How do we do that? The online learning space is the way that we do that, the learning management system. It's not perfect. If it were, we would pack up our shop and be like, here you go, we're done. So we still have a lot of ways to go, right? But that is really where we step in. I myself was able to do my doctorate because I was able to do it online almost entirely. Without that opportunity, without the ability to do that, I wouldn't have been able to achieve that dream. And that's at, the terminal degree level. What about students who need to finish high school, who aren't able to travel, who live in rural areas? That creates a whole nother set of questions about accessibility to internet and be able to access those things. Those students need to be able to access that information too, right? At the elementary level, middle school, high school, higher ed, all levels of education, being able to get students to the source of knowledge, right, and information, that is the space that we fill, right? I will pass it on then to my next panelist.
Thanks very much. So for us, it's all around having students either change their trajectory or confirm their trajectory. And that's why we focus our programs on students in grade 10 and 11. Several years ago, SHAD's been around for 43 years, and at one point it included grade 12 students. But a grade 12 student coming in the July after they finish grade 12 knows what they're going to go study at college or university that fall. So for us, it's around opening their eyes to what's possible. And so, for example, I will go to one of our alumni events on a university or college campus, and I'll talk to students and say, how did you decide what to study? And it's very common for someone to say to me, well, I thought I was going to be an engineer. So all through high school, I studied to get myself ready for an engineering program. I went to SHAD at University X, and I was exposed to health sciences. I didn't even know there were careers in health science. So I changed my trajectory, changed the courses I take in grade 12, and I applied to a health science program at a different college or university. And so for us, it's that broadening horizons. We're looking for students who are curious, and I'll talk later on about the type of students. But for us, that's the gap we're trying to fill, is trying to have people and students exposed to a broad cross-section. And so like the previous panel, we used to be STEAM. We're now, we used to be STEM, and now we're STEAM. We're STEAM plus entrepreneurship. And so for us, it's that the gap I think we're filling is that narrow-minded focus that we think many students have today, where they already know what they think they're going to do. So how can we help change their trajectory, which ultimately changes their lives?
Great, thank you. Thank you for your thoughtful answers. We have basic skill teaching, we have changing trajectories, all really fundamental in terms of, what progressive learning and certainly progressive learning for, the future is. And I just did want to speak also to, my own perspective is I feel the gap that I'm addressing is really in professional development as, all of us are advancing our careers, trying to imagine who we are in our next, if not third, fourth, fifth profession, really taking a more holistic approach to that. There is a total wealth of professional development courses, certificates, and content out there. The edX's, the Coursera's, the LinkedIn Learnings, which all have their merit. But more and more, a lot of these learning platforms have become more passive. It's watching videos. It really requires, a lot of self-direction from the learner themselves, right, in terms of however they want to professionally develop. And I think the other area of learning that's really progressed in the last decade is around self-development and mindfulness, right? We've had conferences like Wisdom 2.0, John Kabat-Zinn becoming, a household or maybe more of a household name, really focused on, as a person, who am I? How do I want to show up in this world? And how do I actually stay grounded to who I am, right, as I move through my professional life, through my personal life? But largely, in my experience, I've seen that kind of these two pools of professional and then in personal development to still not largely be integrated. So the focal point of my PhD research and really the whole person professional development programs that Impellos develops is really honoring that, sure, we're trying to get that next job, or we're trying to be, education influencers. But again, equally paying support and providing guidance to learners of how do we be authentic to ourselves? How in our professional development do we also self-challenge ourselves, learn about parts of us that we may not feel comfortable, and develop ourselves personally so that we can show up more fully in our professional persona. So that's the gap. All right, we're gonna move this a step further and I think really start to dig into, for each of us, we all have very unique focuses. And as Lisa said here, I think most of us are recognizing that, we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're not trying to create a problem, right, that isn't a problem, or a problem that is already, that we're all facing in the education and learning space. But this question is really asking, how do each of you, maybe in your own perspective or with your EdTech company, really evolve to meet the changing landscape or situational dynamic in education today? Maybe I'll invite Tim, would you like to speak to this one first?
So as I mentioned, SHAD's been around for more than 40 years, so it has evolved significantly, and some of it's the very basic stuff, going from STEM to STEAM plus entrepreneurship. I think two of the biggest things that we've done in terms of evolution is first off saying who comes to our program. This summer we'll have about 1,500 students from across Canada. And so we have started a very deliberate process to say those 1,500 students need to look like the Canadian youth population. And we'll talk a little bit later. We're going to give you each an example on a specific learner, and I'll address one of those. But that's the first thing. And so SHAD used to be very much that you applied, it was based on marks. And the secret now that we don't really share completely is we ask students to provide their transcripts, because at the end of the day, we are running a program at colleges, so we need to make sure they've got a basic academic understanding. And now we throw the marks out. And we want to know about the student, and we want to know what they're doing outside of the classroom specific to their circumstance. And so we are asking for people to tell us, yeah, it might be that they're in 7 clubs and 7 sports teams, or they might be someone who's in a single parent family, comes home at 2:30 in the afternoon after school, helps her siblings with their homework, cooks dinner, and has a part-time job. We view that just as important as the student who's got all the special extra curricular activities. The second thing we've adapted, which I'm sure many of you have, is during COVID, we had to move our 2020 and then our 2021 program online. And I moved it, what was for 40 plus years, a month-long residential program, now to an online version. That means this summer, we actually now are able to offer both a concurrent in-person and virtual program. So there are students that because of circumstance, it might be religious, it might be part-time jobs, it might be caring for siblings, it might be because they're an athlete and so have to have their weekends free. We now offer SHAD in both an online and an in-person program. And so I suppose, like many of you, that was for us, that's been one of the silver linings of COVID, is we've learned how to deliver our specific intended impacts for participants, but do it through a digital offering, which allows us to reach many more students.
What we do is, our big belief is if we can teach mindset, skills, and tools, people can embrace their creative capacity. And we've had the privilege to work with different universities, and a really impactful moment for me is when we take design thinking methodologies and connect them with improv and the impact that can have. And we were asked to, actually it was the university I got my doctorate at, come and help some university faculty who were really struggling with, it's 2019, and they're saying students don't want to come to class. Why can't we do it virtually? And this is even before COVID. And so they said, can you come up and just work with the faculty? So when we got there, we kind of met a hostile group of faculty. And so I just want to call Richard out there in the back. He's on my team, Richard, who's a actual phenomenal improver. He goes around the nation doing improv. So he helped us, and we just said, let's just take them through some improv experiences. And what we called step in, step out. Very simple process where it makes sense, just total sense at the beginning till the end of a 3-minute experience. It's confusing. And we just had faculty sit down and say, what was that like? And they're like, why would you confuse us? This wasn't fair. Da, da, da. I said, but think about how can you apply this to your classroom, to your students? And through the conversation, because improv, short improv type experiences can really evoke a lot of conversation. And we're all about evoking creativity. So our people we work with develop competencies in creative thinking and innovative practices. And as they started to talk, they started to say, wow, maybe this is how our students feel. We're giving them instruction and they're telling us something different, and we're not even connecting. And it was so impactful. By the end of our 3-day session with them, they were saying that one activity, that one improv activity opened our minds. And so we have really tried to develop a very easy, simple, someone said easy is not simple. We learned that. Ways to help faculty and students, parents develop mindset, skills, and tools that they can begin to understand each other. They get language to begin talking, so they can start to address the rapid changes coming. Because if you can't talk about it and you can't empathize with each other, you don't even know what's happening. It's like the lady that told me in the yoga class, if you just listen a little better, maybe you could get it. That okay, I think I was listening quite well, but I didn't know the language. So that's one thing that we really try to focus on, and we've had a lot of feedback that was so helpful. Wow, I need to get out of my own way, or I guess I don't need to know everything before I start, or wow, this is more connected than I thought. And it's always very inspiring and humbling to me when I realize we all want the same thing if we can just create language. And that's one thing we love doing. And I just want to encourage, if there's any way you can help people understand, get in the same language and develop empathy for what's really happening, what's really going on, so that the pathway is clear, and you've created a pathway actually, so people can embrace the rapid change that's coming. That's sort of what we do.
That might be tough to follow. That's phenomenal. Maybe it's a tad cliched, but you hear the expression, the only constant is change, right? And I mean, in the world of college athletics, I don't know how closely y'all follow it, but they're at the point right now where the NCAA is asking for congressional help to try to step in and sort of, not quite oversee and overrule how NIL is developed throughout the colleges. But, we're sick of hearing the phrase, it's the Wild West. It's a very uncharted territory right now. And the first thing that we did was we started working with state legislatures and worked, the state of New York, Florida, North Carolina, Texas, to put in a clause in the state NIL bills mandating a certain minimum amount of financial literacy and mental health well-being as part of any kind of NIL requirements. Like, it's great if the kids have the ability to get paid, whether it's through corporate sponsorships or building their own businesses, but they need to be able to have a tool set to help them handle all the stresses and everything that comes with it. Okay. And you're asking, we're literally sitting here, it's the beginning of March Madness, right? And we're going to watch these kids on TV. We just saw the Super Bowl, and you watch, you can say these gentlemen playing, in the Super Bowl, and in your mind, they're your peers, right? They're your same age until you realize they're all in their early 20s, the majority of them. Like Travis Kelce might have been 80, but the rest of these guys are all fairly young kids, and we take that for granted. And now when you take it back, a further level, and you're talking about the college level, the mindset is just not there yet. They haven't built up the tolerances, the abilities to navigate so many different worlds and all the additional stresses. You're asking them, in theory, to be students first and foremost. That might be debatable, but for the most part, a lot of these kids, there's a reason the Academic All-America Award exists. There are kids who are really unbelievable scholars. And given that 99.5% of these kids are not going to play in a professional sport, what they can learn during this time period will carry them forward well beyond their graduation. But if you're asking them to be scholars, you're asking them to be athletes. Now you're also asking them to be business owners to some degree, or social media influencers. And somewhere along the lines, you're saying, oh, by the way, you should also have a social life and be a kid. It's just not happening, right? It's just so much pressure you're putting on them. So anything that we can do to help alleviate that and help them navigate the waters, that's our focus. And it really comes from us being able to go out to current professional athletes saying, hey, what would have helped you? What would have helped you for your transition? People don't realize that for college athletes or professional athletes, when they hang up their gear for the last time, it's psychologically very much akin to soldiers coming off of tours of duty. Right? This is what you've been doing for as long as you know. This is your one mission. And now you're talking about somebody who's maybe 25, 26, 27 years old and saying, all right, good luck with the rest of your life. So, we have a responsibility to lay the groundwork and do something to help make that transition easier as best as possible and help make them literally functional cogs in our society.
I go next? Yeah. So the changing landscape in education is that artificial intelligence is having a moment. And it is met with equal parts excitement and terror on the part of educators everywhere through all levels of education. So at our company, through the leadership of our head of product, we have built and incorporated into the learning management system as part of the solution artificial intelligence tools, right? And we're pairing that with trusted infrastructure, right? To make sure that we're doing it with a nod to understanding where artificial intelligence can fail people, right? So trusted infrastructure that we are using as a guideline to build how we're incorporating it, with two focuses. The first is to help instructors teach the course, make it easier for them to do that, or help them organize it, create the scaffolding for the course and the setup of it, but also for making it a better experience, a learning experience for students. So where some folks are talking about plagiarism detection and detecting where AI has created the content, we've chosen not to take that stance. What we've done instead is make it possible for instructors to create authentic assessments so that students actually have to do their own work to submit the assignment or post to the discussion. And it isn't just, let me go find the answer from ChatGPT. It's, I have to use my brain to answer this question the way it's written. So that sort of trustworthy AI framework, the approach to thought leadership and building it into the product is something I'm really proud to be of a team that's doing it that way, looking at it that way. And it's actually the only LMS in the market that has AI incorporated into the core solution. So that is where we are meeting the evolving landscape.
Thanks, Lisa. AI is definitely having a moment. So. Yeah, and from Impello's perspective, how we're meeting the changing workplace and professional development, is really in kind of the educational pedagogy or the structure that I've created And before I speak a word or two about that, I just wanted to highlight these are probably all things that we know that are changing in the workplace, but just to really put it out there, workplace longevity, right? My father worked at Procter & Gamble for over 25 years, and some of us are really dedicated and have been in our organizations for a long time. But most of us, again, have recreated ourselves, stepped into new careers, new companies many, many times, and probably many, many more times. So it's just a shifting workplace. Secondly, diversity, equity, and inclusion. I mean, everyone here knows how much under fire that's really come into, and especially the last 3 to 6 months. And it's important, right? To me, DEI is inviting voices and perspectives into educational and learning experiences. Of course, how we structured that at a university or with corporate DEI, is getting dismantled to a large degree. But the fundamentals of DEI are still really important. It's evolving. And with Impello, what I'd really like to highlight is, with the self-design studio or the professional design studio program that I've created, we really serve kind of the evolution in the workplace and the evolution of the learner in 2 different ways. So just to ground this for everyone, my program is currently offered through the Rochester Institute of Technology. It's a semester-long class where our lead facilitator and students meet every week on Zoom, but it is a synchronous meeting for 2 hours, and then there's continued work, in between the sessions for the semester. And the course structure that we've built is, we have a syllabus, we have a course flow, but in my guidance and training of our facilitators, there's a lot of agency that's given to the facilitator. So, every cohort we've had has had a different personality. Sometimes there are more workplace issues that are brought in. Sometimes there's cultural integration issues that are brought in. So our facilitator really has, the power to kind of change direction of our content, bring up new discussion topics and new ways for students to engage so that, the course really meets what are evolving needs for that cohort. And then quickly, I just wanted to speak from the learner perspective. Self-Design Studio is really built on peer learning. It's created as a learning community where everyone sits in a circle, including the facilitator. And, the way that the course is run is that we are really here to teach each other, right? We each have our own individual strengths, our weaknesses, our life experiences. So our facilitator certainly brings guidance and learning as we move through the course. But again, it is really based on peer and self-learning. And a lot of deliverables of the course are built that the student can chart, all right, my goal is to get my first job. My goal is to move from being an individual contributor to, being a manager. So, how we meet kind of the evolving landscape is a facilitator supports each student in creating their self-guided plan and really how they develop towards that professionally and personally. So, all right, I'm going to take a brief pause. We've shared a lot here, and I just wanted to get a raise of hand. Did people resonate with kind of what's been shared from different perspectives here on stage? Okay, great. We're looking out into the light, but I do see a lot of hands. I'm going to invite our panelists to answer one last question more from the learner experience and then open up to Q&A. So for those of you who raised your hands or who didn't, if there's a question you'd like to direct to one of us or to the group, start formulating that. After this next question, I'll certainly open up to the audience. All right, and that brings us to, I want everyone here to kind of flip the hat a little bit. We've talked a lot about what we offer in EdTech, how our learning experience is unique. And the question I'd like to pose here is, can you share a story or a learning of how your educational technology was really transformational for a learner, or for a customer? And Steve, would you like to go first?
I do want to go first.
Okay,
Can I go?
go,
Okay,
go,
I'm
go.
really excited about it. Okay, thank you. I am a little bit. So I travel a lot. Before I took on this role, I was an individual contributor, and I would travel to visit customers a lot all over the place. And when I would check into my room at the hotel, the person checking me in would look at my corporate card, and it would say Blackboard Inc., and they'd say, you work for Blackboard? I said, yes. The Blackboard? Yes, the Blackboard. You're the only reason I can go to school, because I have to work here to support my family, to support my parents, my child, and because your stuff is online, I can go to school. I can't even tell you what that means. That's our why. That's why we do what we do. And so those kinds of stories, and I've gotten more and more of them over the years as I've done this, is really what makes this worth doing. Thank you for letting me go first.
Thank you, Lisa. Can you follow that act, Steve?
You guys are killing me. All right. So part and parcel of what we do with our education platform, we travel a lot of the universities and lecture with the athletes in the athletic departments. And I was speaking at Texas Tech, and I asked the athletes, I said, do you know why companies want to hire athletes? I was like, yeah, because we're team oriented. Yes. We're good at putting in long hours. Yes. We're team players. Yes. Like, so I let them throw out everything, and then I looked at them and like, it's because you're all a bunch of losers. And that room went silent. Like, and I let it sit in for a minute. So they're like, what do you mean? So let me ask you a question. How many of you guys have lost a game? How many of y'all lost a match? Like, I saw your basketball game last night. Not good. Not good. All right? Did you quit? Did you say, that's it, I'm done with my sport? No, you came out, you watched tapes, and you went out and you played again. I spent the better part of 30 years in hedge funds and private equities and marketing, and sales. And I assure you, I lost more sales than I closed. But the difference was the sales that I closed were so outsized to everything else that it gave me a really nice career. I said, companies want that ability. They want to see that you're resilient, that you can bounce back, that you're not going to crumble. And all of a sudden, slowly, the light bulbs kind of went off. They're like, oh, he's not calling us losers. You know, it's like, yeah, you guys are bringing something to the table here and making that connection with them. And what ends up happening with our platform is the corporate partners we work with will reach out and say, do us a favor, run us a screen on D1 athletes who are accounting majors, because most of these guys are not going into professional sports. That's fine. But they want them because they bring those skill sets, and we're able to translate that to those kids and help these kids get jobs. Then we're doing something, you know, far above and beyond what we had hoped to do with our platform. So it's being able to take it to the next level and help kids, and then say, all right, now we need to teach you guys how to do a resume. And most important, we need to teach you how to actually engage in a conversation with a recruiter, not via text, not you know, Snapchat or whatever other garbage. You're going to actually use real words from your own mouth. It's a lost skill set, man, but God bless it. Like, being able to do that and get that out there for them makes all the difference in the world. So that's what really kind of gets us going.
A lot of what we do is help organizations launch innovation initiatives, which almost always means putting a design thinking innovation lab inside their organization. And we've done this with a large healthcare system that also had a university attached to it. And so I was in the lab, and we got a call from a medical device company, and Walter is the name. And he said, hey, Karen, I'd like to come bring my team to your lab, and we want to go through design thinking. And my challenge and my goal is to, we're losing market share, and this, you know, this company, they view themselves as a very high caliber company. He said, we're losing market share, and the only way I can think is that it's the sales reps. So I want to create a business model that extracts the sales reps. So I said, well, wait a minute, come down, and I want to take you through an empathy experience. He said, we don't need that. That sounds empathy. What's that anyway? And so oftentimes the high level execs will say that, bless their hearts. And I just, please, just come down and we'll take you through an empathetic experience so you can really answer the mother of all questions of what's really going on. So he agreed. So he came down with his team, and we got them in surgery rooms operating rooms with teams using their equipment, and the operating teams knew that somebody was observing. They didn't know who it was. So right off the bat, they start using their devices, and this is difficult to use because the base had to go, a top had to snap in. If it was the wrong top, it didn't work, and da-da-da-da. And they're like, this stupid company. If it wasn't for the sales reps, we would have bailed on these guys a long time ago. And the sales reps were praised here, and the sales reps were praised there. And get the sales rep on the phone. While they observed 4 surgeries, same thing. And so as Walter and his team came back to the innovation lab, they said, we just can't believe it. We were so wrong. If I'd have done what I wanted to do, I would have created a way that we could have operated without sales reps. And he said, we need to figure out a simpler way to make it easy for operating teams. And they did. They were inspired by a children's clothing company that has called Geranimals. Yes. And the line on the
I'm sorry.
yeah, Geranimals. No, my brother wore them. But you know, there's a lot. There's the tags have like a line in the top, and the skirt or pants have a line. You match them up. They didn't exactly use animals, but they went back and to their own lab and made some changes and really rough prototypes and showed them to the doctors and the surgery teams. They said, this is awesome. And he came back and said to me, wow, I can't believe we didn't understand what our own problem was. And that's what really inspires me. We hear over and over again as we take people, teach them through design thinking methodology so they can actually function in a rapidly changing world. The messages we get, people saying, I didn't understand it. I thought I knew. And the whole point is, let's find out what's really going on so we can solve what really needs to be solved and stop solving problems that no one really wants solved or creating solutions that nobody really wants. And so that's really what's inspiring to me, is learning from people we work with, faculty, staff, parents, so many parents, or people leading organizations, helping them to get language and a space where they can stop and pause and really understand what's happening before they move forward. Because in reality, none of us really know what's happening in the world we live in. But anyway, that's it.
I'm going to tell you about 7 learners that we hope we had an impact on. Canada is the 2nd largest country in the world by geography, but we have a relatively small population, 30-odd million people. And that means they are spread out over an incredibly large geographic area. And so up in the far north of Canada, our Inuit community lives in remote places. Many of those individuals will never see what they refer to as the South, which for you would still be extremely north. And so we think we have an obligation to find learners throughout all of Canada and provide them access to our program. And so to tackle the challenge of how do you get Inuit youth to a program, we started with, we have to be trusted in that community. And so started by being invited up to co-create science camps for high school students, co-created with the Inuit community, and did that over a couple of years to build trust with the communities and the partners. And that led to last summer, working with principals in schools, identifying 7 high school Inuit youth who came to one of our programs at the University of Calgary. And so from those of you who know Calgary, think about going from Las Vegas to Calgary and then going at least that far again north is where these students came from. But it was not as simple as saying, well, we're just going to create space for you. It had to be a place where they felt comfortable. So it meant that we embedded elders from their community into our program. It meant that they could see themselves through instructors that were delivering content. It meant that we provided chaperones, so families were comfortable putting their son or daughter on a plane traveling to a part of the country that they'd never been to. The key for us, though, this is all about pathways to post-secondary. These are students who probably would never have considered going to college or university once they finished high school. And so I'm not naive. I do not think all 7 of those participants will end up in post-secondary institutions, but I bet you 1 or 2 of them will. And so I think we've had a meaningful impact. And for those that don't go on to post-secondary. They have now been connected to a community of their peers across the country. They would have been at Calgary with about 60 other people from across, or students from across the country. And we know, based on our 40-plus year track record, they will stay connected to that group for the rest of their lives. I often say, I thought I was being hired to oversee a summer program. I now realize I was hired to oversee a lifelong network that starts with a summer program. So that's an example where I think we have used our program to try to change the lives of those 7 specific Inuit youth, who will in turn change the lives of their peers back in their community. So that's the example I thought I would share with you today.
Thanks so much, Tim. That's really inspirational that this transformation with 7 students will certainly scale out to many more. So, and I just really like to quickly share, from, my own standpoint, with our professional design studio, we've had a lot of students share how it's been transformational for them to be able to really create a professional brand, right? To really make kind of professional advancement moves coming from a place of just having time to self-reflect about who they are and, who they are more than what their job defines them to be. And, we've had a lot of younger Gen Z students who are like, great, I'm going to start that exciting job at Steelcase, design engineering company, but I'm more than an engineer, right? I'm also a photographer, I'm a musician, and I really want to step into, my new professional life, right? Being much more the whole person that I am. And the quick story I want to share is of a young woman who came to the States from China. She came for an entrepreneurship program because she was already a serial entrepreneur. She had opened an art center, had opened cryptocurrency startups in China, and again, was just really professionally successful here in the United States. And when she came to take our course, what she really wanted to work on was the fact that she felt really divided from who she actually was. And she shared with me an interview that Time article had done for her, on her, which was, again, glowing, successful, entrepreneur. And she's like, I don't even know this person anymore. Right? I want to connect back to why I'm passionate being an entrepreneur and who I am. And we really used the process of the professional design studio to have her, again, do a lot of self-reflection, really speak with different people in different parts of her lives, from family to colleagues to, even her son, who she was trying to bring over from China, so that she could build her perspective again on who she was as a person. And it was really through kind of that journey of professional development that she stepped back out. I think she's doing like a AI-backed, a startup now, but she's doing it much more from a place of, holism and authenticity. So that's the transformational story I would share. I'm conscious of the time. We're pretty much at time, and I think if people have questions, the panelists were happy to hang out here if you want to approach any of us. But I thought what might be meaningful to just close this panel is for each of us to maybe share just a quick insight or two, to help the audience here. What I've really heard from our discussion today is, the importance of financial literacy, of creativity and learning, of not just STEM, but STEAM, really bringing entrepreneurship in, as well as leadership and, emerging technologies. So I'd like to just invite each of you, again, share 1 or 2 insights that you think might be helpful for the audience here as they kind of make their journey through kind of EdTech and education. All right, won't put anyone on the spot here, but would anyone like to just speak first? Okay.
I can't speak first all the time.
But Lisa wants to speak first.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Okay. Twist my arm, why don't you? Know why you're doing this. Why do you want to be in education technology, whatever your focus is? I think most of us know that we are connected to something bigger than ourselves, and that gives us purpose, particularly when it gets really hard. And it gets really hard in all of our spaces all of the time. And so for me, that's really what I would want to leave you with. Know why you're doing this, and that helps drive the next step.
Yeah, I'll leverage off that. We have 5 intended impacts that we have for program participants, and we evaluate everything we do over the course of that month-long program through those 5 intended impacts. So it's why are you doing what you're doing?
I think what I've learned is people care about what they help create, and they're responsible when they care. So if we can create ways to help people create things or create a pathway so they can create, we will develop a population that cares.
The difference between passion and mission is 2 letters, right? There's nothing wrong with infusing what you're doing with your mission, driving it from a passionate state, right? And building it out. And then we'll obviously lead into my extremely riveting conversation this afternoon. So I'm not going to say anything else for now. Just don't eat too much, that's all.
All right, and to close, my insight is in whatever educational experience or structure that you're building, please always build a space where learners can honor themselves, really build their self-identity and be authentic, so that they can really move forward in a way that is, meaningful and truthful to themselves. All right, with that, I really want to thank everyone here in the audience. It's been great. I want to also thank all of our panelists. Thank you for your insights. And we've got 2.5 more days here, so please feel free to catch any of us after or, in kind of lunch in the network meetings if you have questions or would like to engage further. All right, thank you very much. Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you, panelists. It's been a truly insightful session, and I believe we've all taken away something valuable today. Now, without further ado, let's move forward to the eagerly anticipated recognition session. It gives me great pleasure to invite Michael Koch, the public speaker, CEO, and co-founder of the Michael Koch Group, who will be presenting the certificates to our distinguished gold sponsor for their generous support. Let's welcome Michael. He's making his way. Welcome, thank you. Yeah, that's perfect. I would also like to call our gold sponsor, Sean K. Shaw-Karami, the founder and CEO of Opelio, to the stage as well. Welcome him. We extend our gratitude and appreciation of the significant part you have played in making this event possible. We'd like to make sure we give you our sponsor certificate. And they're going to take a quick photo for you. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Sean Shakarami, for your constant support. Now let's celebrate the industry's trendsetters for their exceptional commitment to making a difference in the education and learning sector. Michael Koch, please stay with us to do the honors. Okay, good. All right. Up first, our award winner is Alicia Williams for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Alicia M. Williams, known as Mrs. A, is a certified corporate trainer and distinguished speaker renowned for her commitment to professional development. With a wealth of experience, Alicia provides flexible and convenient training solutions, technical assistance, and support services to individuals and organizations eager to achieve their professional aspirations. Alicia's expertise is creating dynamic learning experiences that seamlessly blend theoretical knowledge with practical applications. Congratulations, Alicia. Ann Bozeman. Congratulations, Ann Bozeman, Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Ann Bozeman is an award-winning executive leader with over 20 years of experience managing small and high-growth startups and new ventures. From nascent ideas to fully operational multi-million-dollar organizations, she currently serves as the CEO of CG Spectrum, an online training organization focused on the creative technology industries. Congratulations, Ann. Our next award winner is Dr. Anthony Richies for Education 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award. Dr. Anthony Richies is the founder of Dynamic Education and is a recognized expert in a niche area of dynamic teaching. He specializes in teaching educators how to teach better and engage students to better comprehend information taught in the classroom. During the past 15 years, he has conducted dynamic seminars and workshops for schools and educators focusing on effective teaching strategies. Congratulations. Our next award goes to Anthony Berryhill for Education 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award. Anthony Berryhill is the owner of Elite College Hacker, a consultancy that helps students and corporate America overcome barriers to educational and professional equity. As a former first-generation low-income at-risk youth from pre-Katrina New Orleans, Anthony has leveraged his life, academic, and professional experience to help thousands of people win admission to top 10 undergrad, medical, law, business, and PhD programs. Congratulations, Anthony. Okay. Our next award winner is Dr. Archie Tucker. Dr. Archie Tucker for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Dr. Archie Tucker II has 20 years of higher education experience in the areas of development, marketing, government relations, enrollment management, workforce development, and student success. Currently, Dr. Tucker serves as a senior vice president of the newly merged University of Texas at Tyler, where he leads development, special events, and community engagement. And in 2015, he was named the inaugural Fundraiser of the Year by AFP North Alabama. We would also like to ask if any of the award winners would like to say anything. Would you like to have a moment? Okay. All right. Our next award winner is Banu Viswanda. Congratulations for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Vahanu Viswanda is an adjunct professor at Career Helm. He is a transformational information technology leader with a proven track record of success in establishing policies, building high performance teams for optimizing product and application delivery with security risk management built in, and implementing advanced portfolio execution methodologies, best practices, and standards. Would you like to say anything? Okay. All right. Our next award winner is Dr. Christina Marie Kay. Congratulations for your Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Dr. Christina Marie Kay is a veterinarian medicine at Southeast Animal Eye Specialist, attained her undergraduate degree at Rutgers University. And throughout her time at Rutgers, she volunteered at specialty hospitals where she discovered her love for veterinarian ophthalmology. Her interests include feline and exotic ophthalmology, as well as glaucoma management. And when she is not working in this amazing field, she dedicates her time to mentoring the younger generation of veterinarians and veterinarian students. Would you like to say?
I'll be brave and brief. I just want to say thank you. This award does mean a lot to me. I advocate a lot for veterinary students and veterinarians in the workplace, especially ones with disabilities. And I love providing them with mentorships as I am a person with a disability of myself. And that's kind of what led me to ophthalmology. I have a lot of ocular anomalies. But yeah, I love what I do, and I really thank you guys for this award.
Our next award winner is Christine White for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. In her role as Chief Program Officer, Christine P. White plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of the National FFA organization and the educational programs it offers to over 850,000 FFA members across the United States. With a career spanning over 2 decades, she has made significant contributions in the field of agricultural education, youth development, and leadership. Would you like to say something? Yes. All right, our next award winner is Danica Johnston for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Danica Johnston serves as the Director of Academics at Shawsheen Valley Technical School in Billerica, Massachusetts. And in 2009, she started her career in education as a paraprofessional. Upon joining Shawsheen, Danica instituted co-teaching for the first time, ensuring equitable access to programming for all students. Her most notable accomplishments include creating an ELL program from scratch to 1 year, surpassing state standards and cultivating an atmosphere of inclusivity. Our next award winner is Derek D. Lee for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Derek D. Lee is a doctoral candidate studying organizational leadership. Derek's main goal is to reimagine academic instruction for K-12 students. Currently, he is the Director of Innovative Academics at the Academy of Urban Scholars High School, serving 550 scholars. Derek is a member of the Phi Beta Sigma fraternity and serving as the Chapter Director of Education, as well as the Great Lakes Regional Director of Education.
So you know we weren't gonna pass this opportunity up, right? No, I'm messing. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I wanted to say thank you for this opportunity to meet with you all and talk with you all about education, specifically as it relates to Black and Brown scholars throughout the entire nation. There is a need, and my goal is to 100% fill that gap. I'm here representing my organization, which is the National Center for Urban Solutions, as we call ourselves as the National Center of Urban Solutions Enterprise. So we stand in the gap with healthcare, workforce, and education. So I'm looking forward to these network opportunities to speak with all of you about all the things we offer, how we can partner and connect. So let's network. Thank you.
Our next award winner is Reverend Dr. Zarina J. Frederick for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Dr. Zarina J. Frederick, Minister and Tax Refund Specialist at Z Refund Solution, is a dedicated and committed professional with 18 years of experience in the banking industry. She has worked as a senior training specialist at Apple Bank for savings, as well as the director and chief instructor of banking at Caliber Training Institute in Manhattan, New York. Dr. Frederick is a certified taxpayer refund recover specialist, providing exceptional services to her clients. Congratulations, Dr. Zarina Frederick. All right, our next award winner is Georgia Forbes for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Georgia Forbes is the visionary founder and executive director of Ionic 6 Incorporated, a nonprofit organization committed to empowering underrepresented students to thrive in computer science. She brings over 2 decades of experience from the corporate world, where she worked with the Fortune 100 companies in financial services. Congratulations.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for this privilege and honor. I'm excited to be here. Ionic 6 has been definitely a labor of love for me, and very excited that we've been able to bring it this far. And as was previously stated, we are excited to look at anyone else that would love to partner with us for the way forward. So hopefully I'll see you all at networking.
Our next award winner is Dr. Graham Pierce Lyon for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. As an educator of Purdue University and the founder and president of School Alive, Dr. Graham Pierce Lyon has consistently advocated for a transformative approach to learning, implementing Dr. Lyon's authentic hamster education framework. School Alive moves beyond STEM, STEAM, and STREAM to seamlessly blend healthcare, art, mathematics, science, technology, engineering, and religion, providing students with comprehensive and faith-grounded education.
Hello. Thank you so much for this privilege and honor today. I think behind every success story, we would all admit that there's an army of support. And so thank you to God first and foremost. Thank you to my wife, Sarah, for all of her support. We have 3 young ones at home, and a lot of the things that I do would never happen without her, and a lot of the community that is behind us, supporting us. I think we can't take that for granted. I also think that leadership is something that everybody participates in, and we all have a sphere of influence. And so use that sphere of influence, starting with your own home and your own communities, to make a positive change in the world. And I'm just really honored to be part of the education revolution.
All Our next award goes to Heidi Kasevich or I should say Dr. Heidi Kasevich for Education 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award. Dr. Heidi Kasevich, with PhD, is the founder of Case Leadership Method, a mission-driven organization committed to fostering temperament-inclusive cultures where people of diverse personality styles can thrive. She is also the founding director of Gardner Carney Leadership Institute's Leadership Academy and School Certification Program. Her proficiency is grounded in 20 years as leadership history educator, department chair, and program director at schools in New York City and Paris.
Hey, good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Gardner Carney Leadership Institute, I'm really honored to accept this award. At the Gardner Carney Leadership Institute, we offer dynamic and immersive professional development experiences to equip teachers with the skills and strategies needed to teach leadership to students. So important in this day and age. Our aim is to train teachers to nurture the next generation of self-aware, resilient, compassionate leaders who are ready, poised to make the world a better place. Thank you.
Our next award is for Janine Shepard for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Janine Shepard is the board co-chair and president of Youths for Excellence Limited, a nonprofit she founded at 17. In 2023, she received the Anthem Award for the Best Young Person of the Year in Education, Art, and Culture, and being recognized amongst the company of Rihanna's Clara Lionel Foundation, Michelle Obama's When We All Vote, and UNICEF.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very humbled by this award. Thank you, Education 2.0 Conference, for recognizing our efforts. Just a bit of background, my organization, Youth for Excellence, as she mentioned, I founded it when I was 17. We're currently in 8 countries, and we focus on eradicating some of the issues around education inequity in the Caribbean region. I'm from Jamaica, and so you can imagine, some of the earlier panelists who spoke about the issues in Ethiopia. We have similar growing pains as a developing nation. And so what we really focus on are the root causes of those students struggling. Oftentimes it's not the pedagogy or how it's being taught in the classroom or even curriculum reform. It's more so they're coming to school, they're hungry, they haven't had their eyes checked, they can't see the board, they can't even get to school, they have no bus fare. So these are some of the things that we work on. We have collaborated with over 30 of the largest corporate and government agencies in the Caribbean region. And through that, our work has received attention from Jamaican Prime Minister via Prime Minister's Award for Nation Building in 2018, as well as a Diana Award from Princess Diana's Estate in 2021, which is, of course, the most prestigious award in the world that young people can receive for social action and humanitarian work. I'm putting this out there to say that young people are here and ready to make a change. And I'm calling on the educators in this room and the people with pockets to unite with us, because it does take cash to care. And for those who are here and outside of the education space like me, I also run a luxury healthcare real estate startup in Jamaica. We managed to raise $2 million USD in pre-seed. Hello, I'm over here if you want to talk. Thank you.
Our next award goes to Joe Borelli for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Joe Borelli currently works as Dean of Students at Hampton Charter School of Science, a high-level charter school in Greater Springfield, Massachusetts area. In addition, Joe is also a CrossFit trainer, personal trainer, and nutrition lifestyle coach. His focus is on how he can uplift and improve the lives of those around him. He recently co-founded the leadership project Building the Leaders of Tomorrow and the co-host for the Iron Focus podcast.
So thank you, Education 2.0 Conference and all the attendees. It's going to be very similar to a couple other stories, but as we get to all places, we know that even though it's not exact same story, very similar, a lot of similarities. So success is a collaborative effort. I would like to thank God, the Western Mass community that allows me to hold their students accountable and their children, the teachers and staff, my discipline teams over the years, and my family and friends. I would not be here without them. So if you know me, as I'm sure most of you here, it's never about the accolades. It's all about making the community better. And as Denzel Washington states, don't just aspire to make a living, aspire to make a difference. Thank you, guys.
Our next award is for Dr. Julia Olyanju for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Julia is a geneticist and educator passionate about driving innovation towards a healthier food system. She is the founder and president of Food Niche Incorporated and the co-founder of Food Niche ED, a company that provides training and resources for teachers to enhance the science of food and health education in schools.
Thank you so much, Education 2.0, for this honor. I really, really appreciate it. And I also want to seize the opportunity to say thank you to everyone that supported me up to this point. Reaching out to students and educating them, it's something that I care deeply about, but it's not something you can do alone. My team, my family, my husband is here as well. I want to say a big thank you to all of you. I'm really, really grateful. Thanks.
Our next award is for Malika Rahman for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Malika Rahman, middle school lead science educator at Barnhart School, has a passion for science education. She is associated with various organizations such as the St. Louis Aquarium that may have enabled her to explore her curiosity in biomedical and aerospace engineering, marine biology, and other scientific fields. Our next award is Mark Palutzweit, Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Mark Palutzweit is the president and CEO of EdKey Inc. at Sequoia School. He has roughly 30 years of educational leadership experience helping navigate exceptional challenges. Mark cites EdKey's commitment to diversity in student populations and academics as part of the brand's success. Congratulations, Mark. Our next award is Dr. Matthew C. Andrews for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Dr. Matthew C. Andrews is the Dean of the Wild West and Director for Solo Quest School that empowers students to design their own educational programs. He has pioneered new pedology and helped to found new schools, including East Palo Alto Academy, Bolos Charter School, Hugh Chung International School of the Silicon Valley, and Singularity University that has led international schools in the Silicon Valley for over 25 years.
Thank you, everyone. And it's great to see so many characters here and leaders in education. I look forward to interacting with all of you. Thank you.
Our next award is for AUG International Consulting, Monica Perna and Francisco Elano for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Organization Award. AUG International Consulting, led by Monica Perena, who is the founder and CEO of Francisco Elano, as its co-founder and CEO, specializes in delivering high-quality education, training, and consulting services across various domains. With a focus on the English language, information technology, management, and lean practices, AUG caters primarily to small and medium entrepreneurs, freelancers, and consultants.
Hi, everyone. It's such a pleasure and honor for me to be here today in the United States of America as part of this distinguished conference. This accolade represents consistency, hard work, and teamwork. Without my biggest supporter, my husband, Francesco, and our team, I would have never been able to help almost 20,000 people in the last 4 years. As I always tell my students, little by little, a little becomes a lot, and this is a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Our next award winner is Pam Tapley for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Pam Tapley has been the head of school at Pace Brantley Preparatory School, a school for students with identified learning differences, for 10 years. Prior to Pace Brantley, Pam spent 22 years in the public school sector, first as an elementary school teacher, where she provided support to low-performing schools. She currently serves on the FESUA Florida State Advisory Council and is a member of the Association of Learning Disabilities and the ASCD.
Just a quick thank you so much to Education 2.0 and the honor for this. Also, to my son and daughter who are here with me today, thank you so much for always supporting your mom and all these initiatives. And also, thank you to all of my staff at Pace Brantley for being continuous learners, always looking to strive to provide the very best education, and to great kids and families that we support each and every day. It's truly a little piece of heaven there. Thank you so much.
Our next award is for Serena Cheng for Education 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award. Serena Cheng is a dedicated practitioner scholar with over 20 years experience as a business strategy and product development leader, as well as an education visionary and thought leader who is completing her PhD. At present, Serena is a co-founder and chief product officer at Impelio, a pioneering education startup company that is advancing lifelong learning and professional development programming with industry and university partners at scale.
Hey,
Hey, thanks everyone. It's really wonderful to first have been recognized as a leader, educational leader last year, and then coming back this year as a educational visionary. I will say, both being a PhD student as well as a educational entrepreneur is really rewarding and are two just very, very murky paths. So it's nice to see the light that, other educators and certainly Education 2.0, recognizes kind of the visionary nature of my work. And all I would like to say is I'm really grateful myself for being an educator, for shaping the future of education, and really being amongst everyone here who, with their own passions, are also charting forward education. So I'd just like to give a quick shout out to my parents who are here to support me. Also for my fellow panelists in terms of really pushing forth EdTech and progressive learnings, and certainly to the Education 2.0 conference organizers. Thanks again.
Our next award is for Dr. Sylvan Morano for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Dr. Sylvan Morano is a neuroscience, a global innovation leader, and a tech entrepreneur. In 2016, Dr. Moreno founded Circle Innovation, a nonprofit facilitator of technology solutions and an innovation based in Vancouver, of which he is the CEO and the scientific director. Dr. Moreno has worked in academia since 2003 and held faculty positions at various prestigious institutions.
Thank you. I would like to thank Education 2.0 Conference for this wonderful award. I'm very honored to be with you today and sharing your experience and my experience, and all together is very vibrant to me, like exciting to be there with you. So I encourage everybody to connect with me. Circle Innovation is a not-for-profit that try to bridge the gap between student and academic lab and industry. And how can those two work and be empowered to create a new technology to save the life of patients? So that's what is our motto, that's what motivates us. Okay. Thank you so much.
Our next award is for Tim Jackson for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Tim Jackson is the president and CEO of SHAD Canada, a live-in STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math, and entrepreneurship program for high school students. He has an extensive background as an entrepreneur, business, and not-for-profit leader. Tim has been an active volunteer in the community, chairing the boards of organizations such as the Ontario Trillium Foundation, the Waterloo Public Library, and many more. He has even co-founded 3 charitable organizations. Our next award winner is Tyrone Squires for Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Tyrone Squires is the founder and managing director of Transparent RX, the first fiduciary model pharmacy benefits management company in the United States of America. Tyrone is the voice behind the Employer's Guide blog for overseeing PBMs and the visionary founder and managing director of the Pharmacy Benefit Institute of America. His insights have been featured in renowned media outlets like the Bloomberg Business. Our next award winner is Dr. Yudislaw Dabrowski. For Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award, Dr. Yudislaw Dabrowski Mora, president of Emotions Labs, is an international speaker, specialist in neuroscience, leadership, finance, and persuasive communication. He is a recognized best-selling author, and he is also an international director of cognitive neurosciences and a member of board of directors of the Global Coaching Federation.
I want to sorry for my throat. I want to celebrate this day, first of all, to give to God the honor and all of you that are making the change necessary to be a better world and a better future for all of them. Thank you.
Now, I realized at the beginning I I didn't offer the microphone to a couple of our award winners. So I want to make sure that we give them a chance to speak if they would like to come up. So Alicia Williams. Sure. Oh, yes.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. I've been on a mission for a very long time to impact the lives of educators so that they can show up specifically for the children. I am so grateful for this opportunity. I am not here on my own. To God be the glory for the recognition, because a lot of times we go through our work, our lives, and no one really knows. But to have someone to recognize the work that you've done is amazing. I'm grateful for my support that I have all this time within my husband, my children, my family, and I'm just grateful to be here. Take care.
Ann Bozeman. Did you want to say? Dr. Anthony Richies.
Good afternoon. I just want to say thank you to Education 2.0. Creating a concept of dynamic teaching has been my life's work, but this award is not for me, it's for my grandfather. My grandfather was the first person in my family to have a doctorate degree, and he earned that doctorate degree when he was 65 years old. And after that, everyone in my family thought it would never be done again. I did that, but I want to continue doing this, and I would just tell people, be dynamic in the classroom. What makes your students successful is that your teachers are successful. So focus on your teachers and your students will be awesome. Be dynamic and stay dynamic. Thank you very much. Education 2.0.
Anthony Berryhill.
Can everyone hear me? So I like to thank this conference. I know, like many other teachers, a lot of our work goes super underappreciated, sometimes in the education field, sometimes in the corporate world, and as I know personally as a former PhD student, also very often in academia. So I would encourage all of us to remember those unsung heroes and the people who do the work we do, the people who go from virtue signaling to actually helping people gain social mobility through education. Thank you.
Dr. Archie Tucker. And then Banu Viswanda. I believe you spoke. All right, I think I got everybody else covered then. All right, and let's give another round of applause to all our awardees. Your dedication and perseverance have truly shown through. We will look forward to seeing where your journeys take you next. All right, attention, esteemed guests. Before we transition to our luncheon, we have some exhilarating updates that we're eager to share. The preparations for our Vegas and Dubai events are on track to surpass all expectations, featuring a stellar array of speakers and exhibitors who promise to make these occasions unforgettable. And the excitement is palpable, and the spaces are quickly being claimed. If you're interested in joining the forefront of educational innovation, we invite you to visit our booth located near the registration desk or get in touch with Jatine or Shabbat for comprehensive information. Now, remember to reconvene after lunch because we do have a session coming up with Michael Koch, the public speaker and CEO and co-founder of the Michael Koch Group, which will impart his valuable knowledge and perspective. So again, I'll see you all after lunch. Enjoy.
Yeah, once you're done, can I give you my phone after you're done? Ma'am, could you take one from me as well?
Not bad. Could you send me that?
Yeah,
That way we
me
just
too.
don't have to take too many. Uh-oh.
Speak 6 times, ma'am. I want to say it's
You got it? No? Right, wide open.
Yes, please. Here.
Everyone's got the tricks.
Spoke it. Are you guys going for lunch?
Yeah.
I'll join you.
Going for lunch. Look good. Look. You're not joking around about this stuff. I'm a typical guy. We're taking pictures.
Okay. Okay. Huh? Uh, I should do. I should. Oh. Yes. I don't know. I don't know what. No, just yeah. Okay. All right. I'll show you.
Tanto che non far vedere la sala che è vuota, eh? No, te lo dico solamente nel caso. Quindi faccio finta? Aspetta, no, però non voglio parlare per finta al microfono. Prova a togliere la tua luce. Prova. Fai così e basta. Falli cinematic. Vai, fai dei video a caso, io faccio finta di parlare intanto, faccio finta di spiegare un po' di cose, bla bla bla. Sì, senza che si capisca che sto dicendo cose senza senso. E a questo punto faccio anche vedere, se ti giri, faccio vedere il video, il libro, così almeno lo mostriamo bene davanti. E niente, continuiamo a riprendere il palco, poi abbiamo finito. Perfetto, ottimo.
So we put on a good show today. Might be a good bet. There you go. You guys got it all figured out. I love it. Makes it easy on me.
It's true every day. Ordinary people everywhere do extraordinary things. Be extraordinary.
All right, welcome back. I trust that your lunch break was as delightful as the engaging discussions we've been enjoying together thus far. Ladies and gentlemen, now get ready for a showstopper session that will redefine the way you view work, life, and play. Our speaker, the visionary expert Michael Cook, is a seasoned professional with over 25 years of experience in designing and constructing projects for leading Fortune 500 companies. As the owner of a strategic development and project management firm, he has played a pivotal role in shaping the customer and employee journey for renowned brands like Canada Goose, Common Living, and One Medical. Diving deep into the evolving landscapes of work, life, and play, Michael will unravel the complexities of our daily engagements from the diverse perspectives of employees to leaders. Through a lens of global experience in acquisition, construction, and product management, he'll provide a forward thinking insight into how the last decade's transformations will shape our future world, defining the next evolution of our interconnected lives and its broad reaching implications. Get ready to be inspired and enlightened as this session explores the dynamic shifts shaping our daily lives. Please join me in welcoming Michael Cook to the stage, who will share his insights on the topic, the continuing evolution, work, life, and play. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you. I've often told people I'm one of the luckiest guys alive, not because I just have a great family, great kids, a beautiful wife, amazing children. I've got incredible coworkers that have worked with me for a lot of years. Some of them are here today to know a little bit about my company. We've left a couple of pieces of collateral on your table. But I'm not here to talk about my company. I'm here to talk about what's happened over the last 25 years and the rapid increase of what's happened compared to what's about to happen in an exponentially faster way. I can say that through my experiences in building worldwide, I've had people just like you who said, hey, Michael, you need to come by, write a book. It's crazy some of the things you've done. Yeah, I have the opportunity to work with Mr. Bill Johnson at Ritz-Carlton, with Steve Jobs at Apple, with J.Y. Lee at Samsung, working with Ken Griffin and some of the Citadel Securities efforts up in New York. I am unbelievably blessed to have worked and been exposed to some tremendously talented people. Those people are some of the, I've kind of facilitated my ways of working based upon my experiences with them and some of the things that I've learned along the way. What I've learned most importantly is what I'm going to ask you to do today. I'm going to ask you to do one thing. It's a very simple process. I'm going to ask you to change your mind. I'm going to ask you to do what others have said this morning about how you've adapted and some of the things that have been going on, et cetera, in the other sessions. But I'm going to ask you to change your mind, because what's happened over the last 10 to 15 years is going to happen at a faster rate than you've ever seen before. When you think about it, if we go backwards in time a little bit, I talk about, let's see, the 20 years of technology and the evolution of tech and how it's exploded in speeds that have never been seen before. Let's talk about the last 20 years. When people thought it was really cool when USB drives came out. All of a sudden we have Bluetooth speakers. 2007, 17 years ago, next month, the iPhone. Google Glass, Fortnite, fidget spinners, AirPods. 20 years of technology since the internet was invented in 95, loosely. we've seen things go exponentially fast. You're going to hear some things today in my session and others where it's going in directions that people aren't aware of. But I want to stay focused on the year 2007 just for a second. And this guy. Remember when he came on the stage and he said he was going to comprise 3 different products into one? It became the iPhone. Remember that? I do. It was an amazing time, a revolutionary genius. There were people over at Microsoft, without mentioning any names except on the slide, who said, why would he want to get in the market? We're dominating that market. They're not going to sell anything. How did that go? How many of you guys have an iPhone in your hand, in your pocket? Right? When I worked at Samsung, it was the same thing. How many phones do we sell per minute was one of our engagements that we had internationally. But if you look at 2007, when I worked with Steve, it was an amazing time in my career. I don't remember him that way. I remember him this way. I don't know why. I don't know him at this time. But for whatever reason, that young visionary sticks out in my head. I never thought of Steve as the older guy in the last few years prior to his passing. I sat there and looked at him as that guy. When you engaged with him, the first thing you did when you walked into a room was you left your phone and your Mac and your notebook at the door. There were no papers because he wanted you to engage. It was that type of environment and working with him. Well, as we talk about 2007, how did that work out in sales for Apple and Microsoft? You'll see the green line, or the blue line pop up. Apple sales skyrocketed. What happened to Microsoft? Pretty well just continued the same pace that they were. But think about it for a second. A guy who had an idea, who changed his mind to create something that nobody had ever seen before. This device that changed our life, didn't it? What if I tell you, I'm going to go out on record here just for a minute for the folks that are in the room. The phones are going into the same generation as the dinosaur. In our lifetime, we won't see phones anymore. Mobile phones are going away very, very quickly. But we'll talk about that in here in just a few minutes. As we move forward, something happened to us in that exploration of 20 years and the explosion of technology. What happened to us? Just a few years ago, right? The world shut down. I know I was working in Korea. I was working in Hong Kong, working in Shanghai. Everything shut down. March 15th, 2000. So if you look at that, what happened, we found that people said that 44%, almost half the younger age of the consumers from age 18 to 40, said they still don't feel comfortable going into a physical environment, including retail stores. Outside of education, then I've learned so much from you guys. If you look at that particular environment as it relates to retail, as it relates to hotels, as it relates to your workplace, what we saw was an exponential shift in work, life, and play because people were changing. Let's talk about those people for a second. For the first time in history, there are 5 generations of people in the workforce. If you look at these people, the traditionalists, we know them. As you go down the line from the boomers, Gen X, the millennials, and then that group that, they have different names. Centennials, Gen Z, I've heard all kinds of them. Then you have Gen Alpha coming right behind them. We'll have 6 generations in the workplace for the first time in history. And think about how that works for us. People that are in our particular world right now, when they first started, they were making $1,900 a year. Houses were $6,500 during that time frame. Now, fast forward. Average salary, $59,000. Average price of a house, $402,000. So how do you compare with people like this? With people that were born in 1946 that are leading our companies? And the people that are coming into the workforce with technology, with a different rate of salary, not having that same exposure to the people that, say, even I did. Let's focus on a minute for these 3 particular groups and why it's important. Everybody wants to talk about tech is changing our lives and how things are evolving. But I'm going to hit you with a stat that many of you might not be aware of. 31% of the population is boomers, 21% of the population is Gen X, 45% of the population are millennials. This fact at the bottom is the one that scares me to death. By the year 2030, for the first time in history, the older generation will outnumber the younger in the workforce. So when people say the technology is shaping everything how we're doing moving forward, are we really moving forward because the younger generation wants the tech or because we need it? Let's stop there for a second. I'll just call it out for a second. Millennials, want to raise your hand? Please, don't be shy. I got a story to tell here. So think about it for a second. I tell the older generation, you are going to become extremely valuable to your employer in the next 15 years. Why? Because we've heard the news, the American labor force is deteriorating at a rate that we've never seen before. But not just that. 2/3 of the millennials that are in the workforce today will leave their jobs in the next 3 years and move to another. So now you've got deteriorating labor, you've got tech moving fast, you've got an older generation that's staying in the workplace longer, and you've got a group of individuals that are leaving their jobs every 3 years. Okay? We've got a lot to deal with every day, don't we? Especially, I heard earlier this morning in the CXO about how generational labor is going to be impacted by transitional labor, how people are leaving sooner. Then we have these guys. All of a sudden, everybody wants to be an Instagram influencer. Have you ever noticed that? I'm going to step away from my life and from labor and all that other stuff that other people did 25, 30 years ago. I'm going to go make money on Instagram. Hey, it works. Why not? So you have other things that are complicating it as well. Where does this leave us? Anybody want to take a guess? I'm not meaning to scare everybody today. It does get better. Our day-to-day ecosystem's colliding. It's colliding. Every bit of it is colliding. This conference is proof of that particular concept. Marketing, education, health, CXO. All of our particular industries are colliding. What we're seeing with our clients is the same thing. Everybody's saying, how do we do it differently? But yet, the hybrid work model comes into play. How are people happier at home? Some don't want to go to work. A lot of people want to go to work. How do I have that kind of morphed into how we live every day, et cetera? But if you look at the environments, when we deal in design charrettes, you're hearing constant buzzwords. You guys like buzzword bingo? I worked at Samsung for 6 years. Buzzword bingo was every day, okay? You hear about visionary, you hear about sense of community, you hear about experiences being sticky. When we in moments of discovery, the charrette would tell us how we were creating the next generation of product and how we were creating the next generation of these particular customer experiences. We created Samsung 837 with brilliant people like Tim Gudgel, Wonderwall, Gensler Architects. I got to call out them. Angela Moody's here, one of my coworkers. It was an experience where people said, wow, Samsung is going to put 56,000 square feet together in the meatpacking district in downtown Manhattan, and we're not going to sell a single thing. Try selling that into the Koreans. That was not easy, okay? I can only tell you that the consumer's experience is no longer defined by a single moment of purchase. It's a journey using a collective series of engagements. But that particular journey and ecosystem is changing again. It's not about individuals having a conversation or individuals working with a phone or a series of IoT devices working together. Think bigger. It's about cities. It's about landscapes. It's about universities. It's about a series of engagements within an entire metroplex. The next evolution in the next 10 years will change how cities are designed and developed. And it started 25 years ago. But what you're seeing is the engagement model is similar to what we've already done. We're just expanding it. We'll talk about the city of the future here in a little bit. Innovation's happening at a pace that you've never seen before. But you've got to make sure that you're understanding that innovation is constant. It's ever evolving. When I say I wanted you to do one thing today, I want you to change your mind. Because you're going to be changing your mind for the people involved in CapEx once a year, every 6 months. You're going to have to constantly try and adapt and overcome how you deal with your consumers. Because your consumers are changing. Portable, if not non-existent tech, will replace the phone in the future. Retail experiences like never before, where people are engaged with RFIDs and handheld sensors, where people are looking at different experiences and products and engaging with them in a different manner. This same application is being applied in hotels. It's being applied in some educational efforts with how people can help others learn faster. But tech is moving at a faster pace than ever before. And I'm not even talking about AI yet. Okay? AI is a data-driven effort outside of how it can provide the future. But we'll talk about AI. I'm going to little teaser there into one of my other sessions that's happening this week. I don't want to get too caught up in AI just yet. If we look at the various efforts, my apologies, the screen over here is a little easier to see some of the verbiage down at the bottom. I can tell you that creative to adaptation to conversion is not easy. Okay, those three words are very different words. It's not that hard to create a concept. It's not that hard to create an environment. I have this great idea. We engage with folks like you guys all the time who have great ideas, but don't know how to go to market with them. But it's not easy to take that render and make it into a reality. And our numbers at Samsung proved that our model worked. The conversion model worked where people were associating our products and loving them in a different way than they did before. So what's next? Smart walls. Anybody like Tony Stark, Iron Man? Right? Remember that stuff? I'm a big Tony Stark fan, okay? I don't know why, just loved his movies. Anyway, remember that movie where he was taking particular information out of his phone and throwing it up on a wall? I was like, oh my gosh, that's so high tech. That was 10 years ago for us. Okay? Interactive walls where I can take design concepts and renders and draw details on a wall while others are in San Francisco or Hong Kong or London or Budapest looking at my drawings while I'm drawing them. 10 or 15 years ago. It's an amazing sequence that we put together at the Samsung building. And I would say that it was humbling to work with a ton of the gifted individuals in the company. I can only say that for sure. Some of the other things you guys have seen in the news, you've seen the chips, companies that are putting chips in some of their employees for security, for auto pay purposes with handhelds, auto screening, medical alerts, athletic trainings. I don't know if it's ever going to go anywhere. I don't know if chipsets within people are actually going to work, but people are thinking that far ahead as far as what could change and what might happen in the future. What did we see just 6 years ago in China, where a modification of an identification system in glass was identifying people within milliseconds? You guys remember Black Mirror, one of my favorite shows to watch because of all the tech stuff? Well, Black Mirror, remember the dog in the show? Well, what just happened in LA 2 weeks ago? The SWAT team rolled out the robot dog. Okay? I don't know about you, but that thing scares me. Right? I wouldn't want to be a bad guy in LA when that thing comes rolling up around my neighborhood. How's that? But what people thought of before is now happening. So think of those items that they're working on that hasn't happened yet. Sorry about that. Not all tech is converted into reality from an acceptance standpoint. paper phone, pick up your grocery drive-throughs that kind of came and went quickly. RFID stores, you walk in, you walk out. Some people love them, some people don't. But the shocking thing is, if you look at the percentage, tech adaptation in retail is happening at a slower pace than people realized. 55% of the population love to use their phone to pay. 65% of the people want to have drive-through groceries or have them delivered. 43% want a cashless or engagement-less store that Target had test modeled previously. But what had happened in addition to that, automated distribution, robotics, is advancing. So let's go back 10 minutes ago. I told you the population is changing. We're changing how we work. We're changing how we're living. We're changing how we're playing. Tech is moving here, and tech is increasing to pick up the slack because the labor force is changing how we work. So tech is rapidly moving into an engagement model that we haven't seen before. Enter in companies like Adabotics, like DaVinci, like Fabric. When you look at automated distribution, micro-fulfillment in the age of direct-to-consumer is happening at a faster rate than you've ever seen before. Where vertical displacement of product is offsetting the number of people that have to work in a warehouse. Where product can be picked to the numbers 110, 120, Jeff, what was it, 130,000 items per day out of a small 14,000 square foot, 36,000 cubic feet space. 110,000 items per day can be picked at somebody's doorstep. All manned by 4 people. So everybody always says, Ron Johnson and I talked about this years ago, and he's a brilliant guy at Apple. I'm going to segue for a second. Ron had the greatest thing that he ever said to me was, think back years ago when Kmart was created. Kmart was going to finish the world. It was over. Nobody could beat Kmart. Well, Kmart and Walmart spinned off a bunch of different concepts, didn't it? Then Amazon came along. Amazon's going to change the world. They're going to dominate. It's over. But people adapted. We changed how we worked. We changed how we executed in market. You're seeing the change happen in real life. Amazon's single biggest issue that they're having to overcome is the 3PL labor force, which is doing what again? Right? Okay. So now you see Amazon getting into robotics. They have to. You have to adapt. You have to change your mind that your plan may or may not be long sustaining. It might be only for a short amount of time. So what's this guy? Anybody know this guy named Bill Gates? Yeah, we've heard of him. If you ask Bill Gates who's Michael Cook, he's going to be like, who? Bill Gates decided to take a ton of money, rumored, in the North Arizona desert, roughly about 25,000 acres, $80 million in design development costs. He wanted to come up with the city of the future idea from a design standpoint, smart factories, 5 and even 10G integration. Everybody's like, 5G, oh my gosh. I remember when I was at Samsung when 5G was first introduced by Samsung to Sprint. And then it rolled out to AT&T and others down the road. What about this thing down the bottom left-hand corner? Wireless power. There are companies out there that are pioneering wireless power. Anybody had to charge your phone today? You got to plug it in, right? What if you just set it on your table? Set it on your table and device charges. No cables. That's being created, folks. It's being brought to life. You're going to see wireless power. Ready? There you go. There's my ESP working. I think we're going to have wireless power roll out in scale in the next 20 to 30 years. But the man that created wireless power 100 years ago is some guy named Tesla. Remember Nikola Tesla? So here we are 100 years later. We're still trying to figure out if it works. It's going to happen. There are companies that display at CES. If you've never seen it, go look at it. It's going to pioneer your classrooms. It's going to pioneer your house. It's going to pioneer your work area. It's going to pioneer wherever you go. Displays without cables. It's a truly inventive idea. The city of the future is coming quickly. It's coming faster than people realize. Hotels are going to change, conventions are going to change, how we integrate and how we talk to each other and how we work with each other is going to change at a rapid speed. The city of the future is not far away. It's not. Autonomous urban mobility, fluid pickup, micro-fulfillment, sprawl planning, minimal footprint, full AI adaptive environments and integration, and then lastly, wireless power. Granted, this is my opinion. Based upon the folks that I engage with on a week-to-week basis, I see where this is going. I see how they talk to each other. When I sit in board meetings and I hear what's important to them, I can understand what they're trying to drive in the future. So what does that look like? Without further ado, autonomous urban mobility, waving your hand to pick up, cars coming up, picking up, making it a personalized pickup service. We're kind of there right now. It's something called Uber, but Uber's got an evolution that they have to change into. Private interior, intuitive controls, systemic areas to pick up. Privacy, safety comes into mind. Obviously, green environments come into mind as well. Making these areas efficient for the environment. But when you look at the other things that we're talking about, minimal footprints, it's adaptive, it's modular. You're going to see this creation of modular cities very soon because they have to. It's not just because we want to, it's because we have to create modularization because the labor force needs something that makes it a little bit easier for us to build. Integrated into public transport, you're going to see things like you've never seen before. I can't begin to thank my friends over at Territory Studio enough for thinking of the future and putting it into some sort of design render where people can understand what the city of the future might look like. But micro-fulfillment and distribution of product has a big part in that coming up in the future. I guess as we come closer to the end of the section, as we try and stay on time, the rule of thumb is constant change. Just get used to it. If you think what you're doing a month from now is the same as you were doing 3 months ago, you're kidding yourself. Does anybody remember what was important to them a year ago? How different is it as of today? 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 17 years ago when the iPhone was created. And now we have iPhone Pro Max 15. It's amazing some of the things that we change and move forward with in our life. It's not going to be easy. Anybody wonder what it's like to drive side of the road and then one day, change it to the other side or vice versa? You ever been over in Europe, some of those countries? Like I lived in London for a while, and I was not a good driver in London. Okay, what's it like to drive on the opposite side of the road? I mean, heart rate goes up. Luckily, I didn't hit anybody. But what about those people that decide that they just wanted to change? They changed their mind. I give you Stockholm, 1960. When they said, we're going to change to drive on the other side of the road. Change is not easy. As you can see in this picture, it's not going to be easy to change how you work, how you live, and how you play. It's going to be very, very different in the next 10 years. It's true, our experiences, our visions, and all of our relationships define us. I know I have a whole lot of time for questions today, but come see me in my booth. I'll tell you everything I can tell you outside of the NDAs that they have me sign. But I can tell you that our relationships define us. They also are going to define how we work, how we live, how we play. I can't stress that enough. My question to you is, how is all those things going to define you? Your life is going to change as you move forward. Every day, ordinary people everywhere do extraordinary things. They do. Go to the classroom every day. Go to work every day. Influence your children. I'm going to ask you to do one thing today outside of changing your mind about how you live, how you work, and how you play. I'm going to ask you to simply be extraordinary in every single thing you do with your family, your friends, your children, your coworkers. Just take a moment to step back and be more extraordinary today than you were yesterday. It's been a privilege to talk to you guys today. I'm here to answer any questions you have moving forward. Thank you very much.
words. And sometimes in your eyes, I see the beauty in the world.
All right, thank you, Michael, for that insightful session. It was truly extraordinary. All right, next on our agenda, we have an engaging session crafted to enrich your career journey and expand your circle, ensuring the experience is both dynamic and captivating. Because wait, before you head out, we have everybody in here from different sectors. So now is a perfect opportunity to pull your business card out and hand it to everybody at your table. We're doing a quick special business card exchange session. So meet everybody at your table, and then we're going to get started with our next keynote here in just a moment. Or you want not Steven, just okay. Did you want to set that up here? Okay.
Are they supposed to make me?
Just in the back desk, yeah. All right, it's been fantastic seeing all those business card exchanges. If you could go ahead and take a seat for our next keynote session. And if you are visiting us from one of the other sectors, now would be a good time to make your way back to your other room. All right, we are excited to share that we are all set for our next edition in the US and Dubai. Make sure to visit our booth close to registration and get in touch with either Justine or Shabit to learn more about our upcoming events here in the US as well as Dubai. Next up, we have Steve Simmons, the co-founder and chief operating officer of Nylent, here to share his unique insights on the topic, education and the coexistence of altruism and mercenary capitalism. This conversation will explore the dynamic interplay between the noble pursuit of education and the drive of capitalist markets. Steve will guide us through the nuances of marrying altruistic goals and capitalist efficiency in the world of education, shedding light on how these worlds cannot only coexist, but thrive together. Now, without further ado, please welcome our keynote speaker, Steve.
Thank you. Hey, thank you guys. I appreciate everybody who decided to come back after lunch, and y'all look pretty awake, so that makes me feel a little bit better. I'd like to start by thanking the team at Education 2.0 for allowing me to be here today. It's a great opportunity. I've really actually enjoyed a lot of the earlier panelists, and it's nice seeing everyone kind of playing off each other. Before I get started, I'm going to ask a small favor. I told my parents I was finally living my dream of getting my first Vegas residency. I'm gonna need y'all to come here every day for about the same time, but in different outfits. I just send them pictures so it looks like I've been here for a week, and that would make it easier. But so the fun thing about having a conference in Vegas is it really infuses some really, really powerful emotions, right? Dreams, money, opportunity. And now we can all sit here and say that we're focused on networking, we're focused on riveting content like this, but in the end, it's about monetizing it. How do we synthesize what we're doing here? How do we take it back to our respective endeavors and try to figure out a way to monetize it and make it something that we can go, okay, great, we got something out of this, now let's do something with it. And you know what? There's really nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing wrong with taking a capitalist approach to an altruistic endeavor like education, right? And it's one of those things where we look at it and say, okay, can the two peacefully coexist? I'd like to think they can. When we describe our company, when we describe Nylent and what we do, Nylent stands for NIL Enterprise Solutions. Our job is providing education around financial literacy, social media savvy, and mental health well-being for college athletes now that they're able to be compensated as college athletes, which is something that's new. And we'd like to look at it and say there's opportunities here that are great. But when we started launching the company, we looked back to an idea that was something that kind of took from my previous career. I spent over, we'll say 25 years, give or take, in the financial world, in hedge funds and private equity, and looking at early stage companies. Does anybody know what the number one idea is if you're evaluating an early stage company, if you're launching a company? Cash flow is good. More simple than that, are they solving a problem, right? Look at a problem, create a solution. Can I look at this company and say they are doing something that is solving a problem? Find a problem that you can create a solution to. Now, when you look at that and say, okay, that's very easy on the surface, and that makes a lot of sense. But sometimes it's not as straightforward as you think. Now, we look at that in the EdTech space and say, okay, this is something that we want to be able to do. How does that apply for us? Now, for Nylent specifically, The Supreme Court came out with a ruling that is allowing for college athletes to capitalize on their name, their image, and their likeness. So that means video games, right? EA Sports creates a video game on college football or college basketball. Previously, those kids would be represented in those games, but they weren't compensated for using their image or their names. Now, we've created this industry overnight that any kid, at the heart of NIL, can capitalize on their name, image, and likeness. So any kid in any sport at any university can get paid, which I think is great. Now, I don't know how familiar you are with it. For the past 2 weeks, various schools, the NCAA, have been appearing in front of Congress, trying to lobby for different rules around it, trying to maintain their fiefdom within the NCAA and within the NIL rules. Because you have kids like Livy Dunn here. She's a gymnast for LSU. She's made, I believe, about $4 to $5 million now as an athlete in college. Fantastic. And a lot of that comes from sponsorships, which is great. Corporate sponsors find what she's doing and they think, great, we want to get behind her. She's fantastic on social media. There are kids like the Cavender twins, Chase Griffin. There are numerous kids making millions upon millions of dollars. The reality is, when you get past those big headline numbers, the average college athlete makes $80. That's it, right? When you spread it out among all the college athletes, $80 is approximately what these kids will earn. Now, for me, as the former shortest and fattest D1 athlete at my university, $80 would have gone a nice way towards my beer and pizza fund. That's fine. But, that's just not necessarily the case all the way around. We see a problem here. Find a problem, create a solution. Over 30% of all professional athletes file for bankruptcy within 10 years of retiring. Over 60% of NBA players file for bankruptcy within 5 years of retiring. Over 80% of NFL players file for bankruptcy within 3 years of retiring. So do we see a problem? Yeah. What do we think that problem is? Let's table that for a moment. According to a University of Michigan study, approximately 30% of all student athletes suffer from some form of mental health imbalance. Now that number jumps to approximately 70% if there's a season-ending injury or a career-ending injury. And in that latter group, 10% of those kids or more experience suicidal ideation. Now, last year, there was a stretch in April, almost a dozen college athletes killed themselves. And you didn't hear about it. You may have heard about it if you were in one of the states where it happened. If you were in California or Virginia or Mississippi or New Jersey, you might have heard about that one student. Now, if this happened on one campus, it'd be in the headlines for weeks. But you don't hear about it. So again, we see a real problem. That's a problem right there. 90% of college athletes who know they are struggling with some sort of mental health imbalance still don't seek out any form of treatment. And why is that? It's not about debating, who's at fault. It simply comes down to a lack of education. All right? I come from an era, I'm of a certain age, where we had home ec. Right? You had shop, you had wood class, you had sewing, and that's all gone away. But what if we sort of modernize it now and started focusing on bringing things back that are relevant? Financial literacy, social media savvy, mental health well-being. How do we destigmatize these things and make them relevant and compelling and engaging for these kids? That's altruism. Coming up with something that's going to help these kids. And the problem is, examples like this. Jervon Dexter played for University of Florida. In his senior year, he got his first NIL deal, $400,000. It's fantastic money. The team that approached him was a team, and they treated him like family. So he didn't need an attorney to sign off on the contract. You know, we're family. So what do you think happens? Jervon signs with the Chicago Bears and gets his first paycheck. Looks at his paycheck and goes, hey, where's all my money? They go, your team has it. He goes, no, 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 no. I am my team. They go, well, you might want to go talk to your other team. He signed away 30% of all of his earnings in perpetuity. Yeah, beyond the NFL, beyond anything he does, he signed that away. Now, it doesn't mean that the company that he worked with aren't a bunch of vultures, right? What kind of business model is that going to be once something like that gets out? No one's going to work with you again. But that's neither here nor there. What would have cost him approximately $2,000 to $3,000 to have an attorney read through and go, hey, this line here, this doesn't work. Now will cost him at least 6 figures to try to get out of it. And why? Because there wasn't the education, right? It's not a coach's fault. It's not the agent's fault. The agents don't care. So it has to come from some level. If you're able to build something and find that confluence of mercenary capitalism and altruism, you can build something that's a mission. It can be passion driven and you can do good. And there's nothing wrong with doing good and doing well in the process, right? I like to think about, Michael Douglas in Wall Street, right? That line, he's holding the mic in the audience. It's like, greed, for the lack of a better word, is good. It's right. And he's right within reason. If you're launching a company, if you're building a company, you're not building it hoping that you don't lose money. You're hoping that you're going to make money in the process. There's nothing wrong with that. But you want to be able to do something that you can get behind, that you can look yourself in the eyes in the morning, right? And feel good about what you're doing, perhaps. So that's what drove us. When we launched our platform, we looked around and said, okay, what can we do to make a difference in this space? We know that these athletes need financial literacy. We know they need social media savvy. We know they need mental health well-being. There we go, I'm gonna break the mic. I am not the guy as a middle-aged white male to say, hey, this is what's going to work to all 600,000 student athletes. And for that matter now, add on the 8 million high school athletes, because NIL is now being allowed in high school. So when you look at this and say, 18, 19, and 20-year-olds, okay, we're just going to start writing them checks and expect that they're going to do the right thing with that. Yeah, exactly. Again, as I alluded to before, I have a 16-year-old. I don't have enough just for men hair coloring to keep the grays out, watching the decisions he makes on a regular basis. I don't know what drives him, but he becomes a very good cautionary tale for me, for everyone else when we walk through these things. So we went out and we built this platform, and what it is at its heart is, call it like the love child of TED Talks and Masterclass. Short form video content, 5 to 6 minutes long, because that's, again, all these kids can handle, on topics as credit scores and credit reports, understanding what a budget is, understanding what a trust is, understanding why you need an attorney to sign off on a contract, understanding the power of social media, understanding when you should step away from social media. But everything has been driven by us talking first with professional athletes saying, what would have helped you? What would have helped you coming out of college and going into the pros? What would have helped you now that you're in the pros? What would that have gotten you? And then talking to college athletes and saying, what do you need to hear? What's confusing you? We were at the NACDA conference, which is the National Athletic Directors Association conference. By the way, 7,500 of your closest friends. You talk about a zoo for a conference. This, 7,500 people there. And I listened, and I won't name the university, but one of the most well-known athletic directors was holding court, and this man makes a good $10 million a year, I think, at least, and explaining to people that as long as his boys didn't make over $10,000 a year, they weren't liable for taxes. Yeah, there you go. I said, far be it from me to interrupt you here. I'm going to say that number's closer to $600. He goes, no, 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 you're wrong. Well, we'll be talking to you guys very shortly then. So when you have people guiding them who don't know, you can't just hand off kids to a coach and go, okay, it's all yours, you got it. You can't send a kid off to college going, hey, you've got this, it's all figured out. So we went and we talked through all these people. And as a result, we put together this platform, and it's taught by professional athletes, entrepreneurs, and industry experts. It's a representational array of individual tutors for these kids. And if you think of it, it's in the sense of being, as my partner so eloquently described it, if you walk into one of those college auditoriums and you have a great lecture hall where there's 500 seats, but instead the student's the one on the stage and those seats are filled with all the professors and you have access to every one of them. Okay, you're building something there. Now, is it for profit? Oh yes, it is. We're mercenary capitalists at heart. That's fine. But what we wrestled with was, can we still be altruistic in the process? It's great that we're teaching this very needed subject, but what are we doing here? So when we have kids like Tank Ledger, he was a linebacker for Northwestern University. He first kid to go from Northwestern to the World WWE, right? They have a very huge accelerator program for kids. And he's on there just talking about his transition, talking about what worked for him and how great it was and how it all worked. So, okay. But what was happening is we learned that just by building this, the old field of dreams, if you build it, they will come approach, doesn't necessarily work. So we took a different approach. Our platform is free. We're free to every D1, D2, D3 university, to every community college, to every prep school, to every high school. This level of education is too important to not get out to these kids. Okay? We can't expect the kids to pay for it. And despite college endowments and the money made in college athletics, we can't expect that the universities are going to pay for it. Because again, when you have a new industry, you have all the vultures who start circling. And then everybody has a solution, everybody has something, and explain to the schools, you have to have this and you have to pay $100,000 or else. We're taking a different approach. We're altruistic. We're free. Now, obviously, some of you are going to say, well, that sounds great. How do you pay for it? How do you support this? Well, it's a noble endeavor, right? We've got a tech product that obviously costs a decent amount of money to build out. We have a team to support, and we obviously have some core backers and investors that we need to satisfy. What we do is a unique take on things. We work with corporate sponsors who want to be able to access the 18 to 24-year-old demographic. It's an incredibly important demographic for them. We have the ability through our platform to give them access. So when these kids watch one of these short form videos, at the end of the video is a quiz. At the end of the quiz, a rewards page pops up. Congratulations, your hard work paid off. You just got a $20 gift card to Dunkin' Donuts. You got a $20 gift card to Chick-fil-A. You got 1,000 air miles to Delta Airlines. In order for them to accept that, they have to put out a social media post thanking that corporate sponsor. Yeah, exactly. Oh. So what happens? Corporate sponsors are now getting a grassroots influencer campaign. They're also getting access to these kids. Now, I think this kind of approach works really well. Thank you, Chick-fil-A, for sponsoring me on my journey to financial literacy. Thank you, New York Life, for sponsoring me on my journey. I've been with the same bank for over 40 years because they were the same bank at the same that my first job worked with and put checks through. So I worked with them. What is that cost of acquisition for a 40-year relationship with a client if you're a bank, or if you're a mobile data provider, or if you're an insurance company, right? I've been with the same bank 40 years. I've done multiple mortgages, car loans, alimonies. I'll probably do another because it's Vegas. It's neither here nor there. But there is a value in that. Now, when they do that, does it mean that the corporations are now being vultures and purely mercenary capitalists? Yes and no. So say we partner with a group like BetterHelp, and we have an executive from BetterHelp on there who's talking about mental health well-being and teaching kids that, you know what, it's okay to walk away from social media every once in a while, right? We all know social media can be just an unbelievably toxic cesspool, and we can all get very caught up in it. But most of us, not me so much, but most of us have that ability and wherewithal to walk away from it when we want to, or push it aside. 18, 19, 20-year-olds, they don't have those coping skills yet. They feel the need to engage with every negative, engagement. Now, if you think of it, we're literally in the heart of March Madness right now. It's just about to start. What do you think the effect is on an 18 or 19-year-old who misses the foul shot or misses the last shot of the game that would have propelled his team to the next level of the tournament? Or who drops a pass in the Rose Bowl and they lose the game? Or misses a punt to join the Walker Cup team? That's going to weigh on them, right? And we're not empathetic on social media. What if they could work with someone like Experian and understand what a credit score is and what a credit report is? What if they could understand that opening up 5 credit cards your freshman year because a cute co-ed offers you a t-shirt is not exactly sound financial advice? I probably paid more in interest on my credit cards than I did on my student loan when all was said and done. I didn't know any better. But what if these kids were able to learn that a credit score actually matters? That, you know what, you're going to graduate and you're going to want to rent an apartment, and they're going to look at your credit score. Or you're going to buy or lease a car, and they're going to look at your credit score. Things like that are going to matter. Now, if I'm a brand, I'm looking at this going, okay, we're mercenary capitalists. We're getting our audience. But we're also able to do some good in the process, right? We're getting our names out there. Okay, sure. But some brands are looking at it and saying, hey, we're an insurance company. I apologize if any of y'all are insurance agents. But we're boring. And we're not exactly a hotbed of kids coming to our companies looking for jobs. But we want these athletes, right? They're going to fit into our culture, and as I mentioned it earlier, right? They're resilient. They know how to lose. They're team players. They're goal-oriented. What if we could use a platform like this to be able to attract kids to us? And so we'll work with brands who will reach out and say, hey, show us D1 accounting majors. Show us D1 neuroscientists who are athletes, because you're probably not going to be pro in a sport. 99.6% of kids who play sports in college do not go pro. So we're looking at it, trying to figure out how can we help them beyond the 4 years of college. That's our mantra, right? NIL is not 4 years, it's 40 years. What can we do to teach these kids now while you're in school that's going to help you for your future? Because if you're an athlete and you're able to, compete and excel at the highest levels, if you're theoretically a student and doing well in school, now also perhaps you've launched your own business, or you're doing commercial work, or you're a brand ambassador, and you're engaging with people on social media, and you're doing things that are engaging. If I'm a corporate recruiter, I'm watching this, and I'm seeing how well you can navigate these things. These are really appealing skill sets. But what's more, over 70% of female C-suite executives all played a sport in college. Over 70%. Now, if I'm a company like a Nuveen or a SoFi or any large firm that's out there right now saying, hey, I want to help pad the way for the next generation of board members, for C-suite executives, if I truly want to get behind the mission of empowering female athletes or the next generation of female entrepreneurs, I need to start now. I need to be able to do something. So if I can get in behind a program like this and help lay that groundwork and pathway for them, then I'm doing something good. That is altruistic right there. And if it means that we're able to get kids jobs, again, we're succeeding beyond our mission. And we're pretty happy about that. But there's other issues too. And this one's a tough one to talk about here in Vegas, so I don't want to get in any trouble. There's this little thing known as sports betting. I'm sure you all saw the big sports book downstairs. And in fact, I think I saw some of you at the sports book, and we're not going to discuss that. Now, again, I'm from a certain generation where you picked up a phone, maybe a beeper, and you connected with somebody, and there were illicit exchanges of brown paper bags either going or coming. More often they were going. And don't look like you have a blank face like you don't know what I'm talking about right now, okay? Because you all have been there at some point. Now, when you think about it today, when you look at what's going on with the amount of advertising, everybody's got a phone. They can pick up an app on their phone, make bets from their phone. What do you think happens if you're a college athlete who has the ability to influence a game and has access to that? Right? Maybe you drop a pass. Maybe you miss a couple of shots. Maybe you miss a block. These things can happen. Yeah, I know, right? There's only a few of us in the crowd that know who this is. Pete Rose, one of the greatest baseball players of all time, banned for life from the Hall of Fame because he was betting on his team to win. Wasn't trying to throw the games. He was literally betting on his team to win. He's never going to get into Cooperstown. Now, if you're a college athlete, you're going to lose, well, you're not going to play your sport anymore. You'll lose your scholarship. You probably have to leave your college. But then your overall athletic program could be suspended, could be held out from future play. You could lose scholarship opportunities. The repercussions are there. So from us, from an altruistic standpoint, if we can help just one of these kids along the way stay on the right path, right? So it would seem incongruous in a place like Caesars to say, hey, let's have an executive from Caesars down here to talk about the dangers of sports betting, right? And when you think about it, it's kind of like cutting your nose to spite your face. A company whose sole purpose is generating revenue through gambling to talk about the dangers of gambling. Or is it a useful PSA? Are they generating brand awareness while doing something good in the process? Sure, it's a gray area. But it's the same way we work with a very large beverage brand, talking about the dangers of over-celebrating after a win, or drinking and driving, or the basic stuff. Yes, you're getting your brand out there, but you are doing a PSA. And if it means in doing so, they're able to support our mission of getting our platform out for free, it helps. And we'd like to think we're doing something that aligns with our core missions. And so for a lot of you folks, I'm sure a lot of y'all are founders or influential in the start of a company, right? And we all start with a mission statement, right? What's going to drive us? And you have that alignment. Nike's to bring inspiration and innovation to every athlete in the world. All right, there's some commercial purpose behind it, but you have to admit, you can't think of sports and not at some point tie in Nike, right? The soup is ubiquitous. Just do it. It's there. So they've done a good job with that. LinkedIn, to connect the world's professionals to make them more productive and successful. Now, I know we have all been there, doom scrolling over LinkedIn, a bunch of like corporate spies doing research, sales. I mean, I don't know how many of y'all DM me before the conference. I don't know how many of y'all are going to unfollow me after this, but that's neither here nor there. But it makes sense. Why? Because it's authentic. It resonates with what they're doing. So even for us, and NIL isn't 4 years, it's 40. We view ourselves as being cautionary tales, as disruptors, as educators, as folks who are trying to elevate the playing field for all athletes and doing it in a way so that mercenary capitalism and altruism isn't something we have to speak about. It's embedded in our DNA. We know what we're doing every day. We're looking to push things forward, and we're looking for ways to do it in line with other people. So I'll ask you this, to humor me. Close your eyes, envision that one niche, that one part of your business that you can propel forward, that allows you to be more altruistic, to put more good out in the world, to drive your mission forward. It's not always about the bottom line, but it can be confluential with it. Each one of us has the opportunity to be our own alchemists, mixing and combining altruism and mercenary capitalism to drive a mission forward. And if you're able to do that, if you're able to succeed and get that passion and that mission forward, then you have the ability to be a true instrument of change. So with that, I thank you guys for your time today. Thank you very much. So the name itself, NILENT, is short for NIL Enterprise Solutions. NIL meaning names, image, and likeness. Now, where we always get in trouble is everyone pronounces it NILENT, like it's silent with an N. But, you know, it becomes, anytime there's a new space, you see all the companies now, they all talk about, we're AI. You sell iced tea. Yeah, but we also think of it in AI. Like, in every new environment, and every time there's a new industry, everyone kind of ties into it, and you want to have that quick recognition of what ties into it. So we try to keep it that way. For us as True Enterprise Solutions, because we partner with a bunch of different companies in a different way, we're able to offer turnkey solutions across education, compliance, brand engagement, but we do it in a way that's always focused on being true advocates for the athletes. Yes, sir. Why are they on Capitol Hill right now? Yeah, okay, so I think it was Ronald Reagan said one of the worst phrases you could ever hear is, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Right? That's literally what's going on right now. The NCAA for years has had a fiefdom, right? They've controlled every aspect of college sports. Now all of a sudden NIL comes in and they're losing control, they're losing revenue. Like, well, this is horrible. We can't have these kids getting paid like this if we're not getting paid. So they're trying to control the narrative. They're trying to control every component of it. Now, on the one hand, yes, there is a need for a cohesive set of rules and regulations around this. But what's going to work for University of Alabama is not going to work for Western Michigan. It's not going to work for SUNY Buffalo. It won't work for Cornell. So trying to find a happy medium is necessary. Trying to set up rules about disclosure. So at some point, it is interstate commerce. You do need some sort of level of federal intervention, but really right now, I liken it more to marijuana rules, right? Every state has different rules. So I have a son, and as a typical very proud dad, he's the best athlete in the world. Now, we live in Florida. Georgia allows for NIL on the high school level. So I know I'm going to move my son to Georgia now so he can get paid, so actually dad can get paid, but that's neither here nor there. Oh, that's what it's all about. I'm riding his coattails. So what happens? Florida goes, my God, we need NIL in high school. So now you have to, so it just goes like that, right? But now all of a sudden they're saying, we don't need rules. Literally 3 weeks ago, they said, you know what? We don't need to enforce this anymore. Why not? Because what could possibly go wrong? So now all the states are repealing their NIL rules and just saying, ah. So we're trying to be at least some level of consistency just in terms of making sure when we spoke to several state legislatures saying, do us a favor, you have NIL, that's great. Let's allow for a provision for a mandatory minimum amount of hours for mental health well-being and financial literacy, right? So in the state of New York now, you can't play a D1 sport unless you have 5 hours of financial literacy, which is great. But what happens? A lot of these schools will then come in and say, all right, well, we've got this alum in today. He works for H&R Block, and he's going to talk to you for the next 5 hours on taxes. These kids, So by doing a platform the way we have it, where it's 5-minute bites, where they can literally take it on the bus when they're going to games and go, okay, I can bang out a couple of modules, maybe learn something, and oh my gosh, I can actually make something in the process. But doing it in a way that's got to be engaging with these kids. And again, having other athletes who've been in their shoes, who look like them, who work with them, because that's what's going to work. Because the moment you lose that engagement, all bets are off. Yes, ma'am. Are we developing protocol for students privately? Yes, we think it's very important to maintain. We don't want stuff just getting out there. We don't want every kid's name or address or phone mail, anything just getting out there. Gift card. That's correct. That's what's going on in NIL now. Yes, they have to sign. They have to sign off on it. They have to sign off on contracts because you're basically getting an influencer contract, right? So, and again, I use my 16-year-old as the role model for this. I will watch him watching someone else play a video game. I don't understand this, but that's what he does. But that other person playing the video game is being paid to play that video game and being sponsored by it, right? So he's an influencer. All you know, I still don't understand the whole influencer space, but it's commercials. So just like a regular commercial contract, you're agreeing that if I'm going to accept this payment from you, I'm giving you rights to my name and image for this. Now, they can't go and then run off with it and start running other campaigns. It's for that one thing. Now, if they want to come back and say, hey, you have obviously liked this product, you've used it, we're going to offer you something else, you're going to do more with us, that's fine. We don't negotiate with that. That's separate between the athlete and the brand, and we'll always point them to attorneys or other people to sign off on things. But it's very important to be very careful with that. You don't want stuff just running amok. No, ma'am. No. Everything's kind of, there's a few levels of privacy, and including, we also make sure that the coaches have an administrative tool to monitor who's doing what modules, what they've completed, what rewards they've accepted. So we have to make sure compliance is such a big part of this, and again, it also ties into the idea of kids getting taken advantage of, right? So we love the idea that kids can actually do something with this, because when you think of it, a lot of these kids, the majority of these kids who are on scholarship, I look at N'Kobe Dean, plays for the Philadelphia Eagles, comes from a town of 500 in Mississippi. His mom was his agent, his uncle was his finance manager. Moment he got drafted, hey man, I got a chain of car washes. Hey man, I got these laundromats. And they're all coming out of the woodwork. And I looked at N'Kobe, I was like, hey man, listen, I'm not your guy. I'm gonna introduce you to Ndamukong Suh. He's doing all the right things. Talk to him and learn from him, okay? He's protecting himself, because these kids, people don't realize the average career in the NFL is 4 or 5 years. You're coming out, you're only 28, 29 years old. I mean, you look at these guys on TV and they look like they've gone through World War II, but they're still kids, right? And there's only so many jobs in broadcasting, right? There's only so many jobs with teams as coaches. So what are you gonna do when you grow up? So we're trying to help them. That's our biggest focus, is getting the life skills when they move forward that they can actually turn into something, or at least be protected. Nope, I'm being told no. I'll talk to you afterwards. It's okay. Thank you guys again. Appreciate you.
All right, thank you, Steve, for your captivating insights. Speaking of innovation, did you know, according to recent studies, nearly 40% of all skills considered essential today will change in the next 5 years? This brings us to our next engaging panel discussion on the topic unlearning for success, letting go of the old habits and embracing new leadership approaches. It's a timely discussion in an era where adaptation and flexibility are key to thriving professionally and personally. To dive further into this dynamic topic, we'll welcome to the stage Monica Perna, the founder, CEO of Globish Coach and Mentor at OG International Consulting, and our panelists as well. Welcome them.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Monica Perna, and I am a life coach, Globish coach, and the CEO and co-founder of a company named Auge International Consulting, a company based in Dubai, in the UAE, that offers educational solutions worldwide. And today I'm very pleased to host this panel discussion about unlearning for success. In a moment, I will introduce our panelists, but first I just would like to spend a couple of words about who I am. I am an Italian residing in the lively city of Dubai. As maybe you don't know, Dubai and the Emirates are not just a country in the world, but the world within a country, because there are more than 200 nationalities live together. And the English language is the language of communication. We always like to say that in Dubai and in the Emirates, we do not speak English, we speak Globish. That is the language of a global village known as the world. So that's why I define myself as a Globish coach. What I do with my company, Auge International Consulting, and its method is to help our students find, let's say, develop new habits and become leaders of themselves through and thanks to the English language. And today I'm so happy to have the chance to host this panel discussion with these amazing panelists that I'm gonna introduce right now. So we are gonna have Archie Tucker. He's the Senior Vice President of University Advancement at the University of Texas at Tyler. Sylvia Badwi is the chair and visionary behind Agora Prep Academy in Canada, a nonprofit learning environment for the creative geniuses of all abilities. Christine White holds the position of Chief Program Officer at the National FFA organization, offering guidance and leadership for both the national body and the educational initiatives. Rodney Tolson is the owner of Restorative Consulting Services LLC, a restorative practices coach, consultant, trainer, and continuing education instructor. Sean Shakarami is founder, speaker, professor, and author of Resonate Principles of Peak Performance. Please welcome our speakers with a big round of applause. Thank you. Please have a seat. Thank you so much. So in this panel, I will ask my speakers to express their opinions and ideas about three key ingredients of the recipe for success. Number one, the learning and unlearning dichotomy. Number two, learning-friendly habits. And number three, leadership. After having taught more than 1 million students worldwide, I have come up with the formula that can really help us understand the heart of success in learning. Information multiplied by emotions equals unforgettable learning. As I also explain in my book, I Speak Globish, the key to successful and unforgettable learning is forgetting. Yes, before learning, we have to forget. But what should we forget? We have to forget our limitations. We have to forget what I call ends, automatic negative thoughts. I mean, limiting beliefs that can set our brain, our supercomputer, up for failure. Things like, I'm not good at remembering things, or I'm not good at sports, I'm not good at maths. These are just examples that can undermine ourselves. And the reason why Henry Ford said, if you can do it or you can't, you're right. Now, talking about the importance of unlearning for success, I would like to know, what do you think about it? Let's start with Sylvia, please.
Thank you. Hi, everyone, and I'm very honored to be here. I think unlearning has to start with us identifying first what we know is true, much like what Sean said in his speech. Not everything we see is actual reality. I think that we're all raised in a different way, and we have to decide what are those self limiting beliefs that you're talking about, Monica. But we also have to decide how this unlearning has to happen and why it does. I mean, all of us have different reasons, and I think that with raising the future generations and inspiring future leaders, all of us as educators and pedagogues, we need to really sit with ourselves and look at our learning model and education, because a lot of children, they turn off or they tune out of schooling, not learning. Learning is innate, it's inherent, it's in us. We don't have to teach it. We just have to guide it and we have to enrich it and cultivate it. So I think we just need to really redefine what learning should look like. And we need to abandon rote memory and testing and standardization and comparisons. And we need to actually evolve and look at the individual, celebrate the individual talents and go back to an inquiry-based model. That's for me.
Thank you.
Is it my turn?
Yes,
Okay.
sure, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Archie Tucker again with the University of Texas at Tyler, Senior VP for Advancement. And for me, to my colleague's point, each of us come with our own biases, our own prejudices. We come with from our own various diverse upbringings, right? In terms of what is right, what is wrong, how to do this, how not to do that. And when technology comes, it disrupts all of that, right? When we meet new people from other places that are not like us, that disrupts all of that. And so we have to unlearn what is not healthy. We have to unlearn what is not healthy for us, not healthy for our teams and our organizations, not healthy for our families individually. But we have to learn those things that are just opposite of that. We have to learn what is healthy for us, learn what is healthy for our organizations, what creates or maximizes organizational efficiency, right? And so if we think along those lines, I think we're better off and our organizations are better off as well.
Piggybacking off that a little bit, learning is a lifelong process for everyone. So even as adults, it's not just about what are we telling students and what do they need to unlearn or what do we look at it from an organizational standpoint, but it's very personal. It's looking and reflecting individually. What are those things that are not healthy? What are some things that we learned because it was just the circumstance of the situations that we were in? And being vulnerable enough to be able to recognize that, make those changes, and then also model that for the people who are around us. So whether you're a leader in a school, whether you're working in a nonprofit, it's how do we take what we have maybe been ingrained as our growing up, but how do we look at that in a reflective manner and make some really great changes that will be better, and what are some different habits that we may need to change along the way. So I think it's a lot, we're lifelong learners. And we're all in education and we know that and we preach that to our students and to everybody that we work with, but sometimes we need to look in the mirror and reflect back and look at it from our own personal perspective as well.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sean Shakarami. I have a little bit of an outsider's perspective. I'm a college professor, but I'm really more of an entrepreneur. And for me, when it comes to the subject of unlearning, what I've seen in the classroom, but probably more importantly, what I've seen in myself is our beliefs are born from experiences a lot of times. And I find myself, whether it's a traumatic experience or it could be something less traumatic of just having a bad day in the classroom and the belief stems of, oh, I'm not good at math because I did poorly on this test, right? These experiences can root beliefs in our mind if we're not careful, if we're not guardians of our mind. And what I've seen, at least in my own behavior in the past, is we try to fight the experiences. Meaning, so say you have a traumatic experience and you go into a fight or flight mode. We either run from the experience, that could look like being way too enamored in social media and just not taking care of your responsibilities, or where we try to wrestle with that experience in our mind. My biggest revelation when it comes to unlearning is we have to process the experiences, meaning we have to sit with them, be patient with them to process them emotionally. And rather than fight the experience, we need to fight the belief.
Good afternoon, everyone. Rodney Tolson again. Glad to be here. I want to piggyback off of everything my colleagues said. When I think about unlearning, and I do restorative practices in schools all across the country, and the same thing comes to the forefront every time. Unlearning requires of accepting difference and letting go of old beliefs. A lot of schools, we're stuck. We want to hold on to the way we did things 20 and 30 years ago. We get stuck right there. Or we're stuck with the generational gap. When I was raised, things were like this. If I did what you did, it was this. And we forget that in a community, we have to learn that every voice is valued in the community. And that's one of the things. Until we learn that every voice is valued and there's not a so-called hierarchy, we won't get anywhere. But coming from a restorative standpoint, every voice is heard and every voice is respected. And that's something that we have to learn, because the way we are taught is that if you're here, you're not listened to as much as a person here, and your voice doesn't matter. And the last thing I'll say, not to take up too much airtime, the one thing that we have to unlearn is that the student is not the customer. And we have to learn that in schools, the student is actually the customer.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just would like to know if you want to add anything about what Sean said. The important thing to do is to fight not the experience, rather the belief behind the experience. Would you like to add anything about this point? You or also the others as well. Please, Sean.
So that really came through deep prayer and meditation as I fight through my own limiting beliefs. Is I just think, at least for me, and I only want to speak for myself, in my inner world, is we our brains are programmed with the fight or flight mechanism, and we see the experience as the villain, when really it's our choice to be victim or victor over the experience. But if we're going to put energy towards something, the energy should be towards healing our mind, which is fighting and deciding with our own volition what we choose to believe.
Thank you. Sylvia, please.
So I don't do well with sitting because I'm ADHD. Is it okay if I stand up when I
Sure.
talk? Okay.
I'm
Thank you.
standing.
All right. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. I can't do the whole sitting thing for too long. So I really think that, to everyone's point, beliefs are stemming from, like we said, how we are raised. So it starts with obviously educating and bringing awareness to the parent population to make sure that they're not sitting there and only evaluating their child's intelligence or intellect through how their grades look. So in my school, we've abandoned report cards. We have assessments, cognitive assessments, academic assessments. They help benchmark the students to let us know where they're at, but it's an evaluative process, and the student is brought on board. We celebrate what the student can do. We talk to them about their weaknesses. We set up goals in order for them to achieve it. That is not the same as getting a report card twice a year with A, B, C, D with some ranking. And it's like we're always norm referencing. We're always comparing students against each other. This belief that we are not enough, this belief that I could do more, I could be better, I want to be like my friend. It needs to all change. We need to eliminate that. We need to diminish the hierarchical thought processes in order to have a restorative community. In reality, we just need to take away all the standardized testing. We need to take out the evaluation, bring a more individualized approach to learning, but also celebrate every student, because my students are 100% all abilities, which means gifted, spectrum, verbal, nonverbal, artistic, musical. They come to us from all walks of life, from all socioeconomic backgrounds. And if we can just celebrate every child for their purpose, who they're born to be, help them to understand what their purpose is, uncover it, and then cultivate it, enhance it through coaching, I think that's what's going to help us to overcome that self limiting belief.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And this would bring us to the second ingredient of our recipe for success: habits. Habits are an essential part of our daily life as they shape our behaviors, attitudes, and ultimately our success. The habits we form can either help us achieve our goals or hold us back from reaching our full potential. For this reason, I always say first you create your habits and then your habits create you. When I talk about habits, I include also tiny habits and their role in our identity. Tiny habits are key Improving 1% every day may not be notable, but can be far more meaningful in the long run. And we might start a habit because of motivation, but we stick with it because it becomes part of our identity. Because at the end of the day, the goal is not to read a book, is to become a reader. It's not to run a marathon, is to become a runner. It's not to learn a new language, it's to become an effective communicator. And this is the reason why I created the notion of Globish, the English language used to connect with everyone and anywhere in the world. Talking about the importance of habits for success, what is your point of view about it? Please, yes.
Me again?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Whatever you guys say. So habits for success. I think they're critical. I think that if you don't have some type of, well, we'll talk about good and bad, but if you don't have some type of habit, right, um, it you are less structured, and that may be okay for some, not okay for others. Um, and so when you're talking about habits, you have good habits and you have bad habits. And so good habits lead to, good things occurring. Bad habits lead to bad things occurring. And so when we look at that, going back to my earlier comment, it's about, are those habits healthy? Are they healthy for you as an individual, your family, and those that are around you? Are they healthy for the organization? Or is it a habit that we need to unlearn, right? And so in doing that, it takes self-assessment. It takes, I think my colleague said, looking in the mirror, right? Is this something that is bettering me? Is this something that is bettering the organization and my team and teams around me, or is it not? And those are questions that we can only answer, right? And it's important to recognize our habits before others, especially negative habits, before others do, right? Because that could be detrimental to us as individuals, to our careers, and certainly to our egos. And so those are my comments.
Is there a habit that, in your opinion, is supporting your success, or and on the contrary, a habit that you had to lose in order to become more successful in life?
Yeah. So for me, and I don't I'll speak for me. And so I'm a religious oriented person, and so I do believe in prayer, and I do believe in reading about what it is I practice and putting those things into practice. So that's important for me. And so that's how I usually start my day, and that's how I end my day. So that's important.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
So when I think about habits, sometimes habits just creep up on you and you don't really recognize them. It's not like I set out that I was going to make this as a habit. It just kind of happens as you go along. And so when I look at that from a perspective with self-reflection, sometimes you have to have that conversation of, is this a habit out of necessity? Is this a habit out of just circumstance? Or is this something that just kind of happened? Because you may have characteristics or different components. And so, one of the habits that I've had to unlearn is the idea of a hero's mentality. As an educator, as a mom, I always want to be able to be that person that can go in and fix it. As a corporate leader, as a chief program officer, I want to be able to kind of move the stuff out of the way so that my staff can do the best work that they have. But what I have found is having that as a habit, it actually puts strain on me, puts limits on my ability to really do my work because I'm too busy trying to take care of those around me. And so that's one of those when I've had that self moment reflection piece, had to really look in the mirror and say, by me doing that, what experiences have I taken away from my students, or what were the experiences that I've taken away from my son, or even from the colleagues in my office? And so being able to take a step back and allowing a lot of time for growth failure forward, giving those opportunities to support behind. But that was a habit for me that I had to really look deeply into because my intent was always really good. It was about helping others, but really, actually, I became a barrier for them to be successful and to continue to grow along the way as well.
So to piggyback off of Christine and Archie here is I'm a man of faith as well, and Scripture would tell you, protect your heart because from it flows life. And there's many proverbs that talk about the importance of using your words wisely. And to piggyback off Christine, sometimes we fall into these habits without even realizing it. And a great example of that is if someone were to come up to you and hit you physically assault you, you're probably going to defend yourself. You may not hit back, but you're at least probably going to put your hands in front of your face. You're going to do something to protect your body. The way that we, at least myself, sometimes get on social media and consume different forms of content, whether that's movies or music with violent lyrics, we are voluntarily poisoning our minds. And we just as a society don't have the education of guarding and protecting our minds just the same way that we protect our physical bodies. And how much more important is our mind than as just as our physical body is. Habits are born really out of neural pathways in our mind. And something that was brought up early on was getting into a state where you unlearn. There's a scientific word. There's scientific brain waves, and it's too long of a discussion to fully delve into right now. But I highly encourage you to do some research into some of the groundbreaking scientific studies into neuroscience and getting into an alpha brainwave state of consciousness, because it's in that state of consciousness where you're going to get into a flow state and be able to learn and unlearn at a higher level of consciousness.
Thank you.
And I want to piggyback off of you, Sean.
Please do.
Absolutely. Thank you. Also, being a man of faith, I think about habits. And I'm going to talk about a personal habit, then a school system habit. Personally, a habit is being slow to wrath. And I was a person that if you said something to me I didn't like, watch out. But I want to turn that into the school system when we're dealing with our babies and our children. How many people out there, raise your hand if you believe that the start of the day is very important for students and staff in the building, in the school building? Raise your hands. Believe the start. Awesome. One of the habits in the restorative school is being explicit and intentional about that start of the day. And Monica, when you talk about like a tiny habit, one tiny habit that we say is, how are students seeing you when they show up? Are we saying good morning? Are we smiling? What does our body language say? Monica, welcome to school. Happy you're here. Go to class. Take your hat off. So those habits, and in a restorative environment, one habit in restorative practice, you have something called explicit practice. But one of the great habits is that 80% of your interactions should be proactive in relationship building. 80%. Because you have to create social capital, because there are going to be times where you have to address things where people may do something, and that's the 20%. But it's the 80%, that intentional habit of being proactive, that creates safety and social capital for the 20%. So I would say, and that's something that as an educator I had to learn. I was a horrible teacher when I first started. My wife is right there and she would tell you. I was Mr. T, Samuel Jackson, whoever I was that. I was not restorative until I got in the habit of knowing that these students are my customers, and how I engage them, in my habit of saying good morning, smiling, created a safe educational environment. That's one of the best habits, I would say.
Thank you. Please, Silvia.
Just gotta stand again. I am so glad I got to talk after you, because basically what I wanted to say was a continuation of that. We have to abandon the habits in our schools, including schedules, including getting students to raise their hand. Actually, here, let's do a little exercise interaction so that you guys can wake up. How many of you had to raise your hand in school to go to the washroom? To ask to go to the washroom? Okay, pretty much all of us. Okay, and how many of you had to ask in order to grab a snack or to eat, which is a basic human need? And how many of you were allowed? Not a lot of you. You have to eat at a certain time. You have to eat with everybody else, and you're rushed to eat. So my middle child is on the spectrum. She's a foodie, and she enjoys separating her food in colors and textures and shapes. And she takes about an hour and a half to eat a meal that someone can take in 5 minutes. So as such, she would come home every day from traditional school hungry, hangry, actually, more like the Hulk, hangry. And I would just look at her lunchbox, and she loves to eat, and it was full. She never touched anything. And then the one time that she drank water, because I said to her, well, if you're not going to eat, because it takes you forever to eat and they rush you out to recess, at least you have to drink some water. Well, the one time she decided to drink the water in her water bottle, she had to go to the washroom. When she came back, she realized she's not finished yet. So she needed to go back. She was in grade 1. And the teacher said to her, "No, you can't go back to the washroom. You're just stalling. You don't want to learn this piece or whatever." So she basically accused her of lying about her bladder. And it's like, okay, who's going to pick up the tab of her psychiatrist, when she tells them about her grade 1 experience when she went to the washroom on herself? Anyways, the fact is, we have to stop with the habits that make us think that a school is a school because of the way things are being done. We have to undo those things. In our school, children go to the washroom when they want. The washroom's on site. They go when they need to. They don't tell anybody. This is a human need. Schools are a place for little humans to become future leaders. They're not little prisons. They're not jails. They can eat while they're working. Imagine that. They can work sitting in a hammock, standing up, sitting down, lying down. They can work with music on, and they can work in the dark. They can work in the light. They can work wherever they need to work. Because if you look at us, I don't know how many of you do this. Actually, let me ask you. How many of you have snacks beside you while you're working? Like, and you're nibbling on cucumbers or pistachios. I'm not going to judge you if it was chocolate. It's okay. But whatever it is you're nibbling on, it's a need. It's a human need. Why are we treating our children like even worse than some of our pets? So I think some of the habits we need to break are so insidious. It's like everything we know about what schools look like has to change. We have to change it. We have to transform it. And we have to start becoming inquiry based, Socratic method, and humanistic based. We have to celebrate children, respect them, and love them for who they are. That's my piece.
Thank you. Thank you. I just would like to underline something that pointed out from your intervention. We have to become able to protect our mind as well. What I usually like to say is that our brain is like tofu. We have to be careful about what we marinate it with. Otherwise, then there is no control about what we are inputting in our mind. And I'm also happy that the Pareto principle was introduced with the 80-20 percentages, because now I would like to talk about the third ingredient for success, leadership. Cicero, in Italian we call him Cicerone, said, "With confidence you have won even before you have started." I do think that leadership is a choice. It is a muscle that we can train in order to become the better version of ourselves. We do not have leadership, we do leadership. For this reason, in my book, I Speak Globish, I have dedicated an entire chapter to what I believe is the ideal ratio of the components required to speak a foreign language. 80% mindset and 20% knowledge. So 80% mindset, okay, and 20% knowledge. Why? Because in order to be here today in front of such an esteemed audience, basically composed of English native speakers, I don't need to know the same amount of words that all of you know. I don't need to have the same command of the English language that all of you have. And I don't need to sound like you because my roots are elsewhere. I mean, I am Italian and I don't want to pretend to be an English native speaker because I'm not one. But I do need to have confidence in my abilities. I do need to recognize my potential, and I do need to trust in myself. In other words, I do need to act as my own leader. As training facilitators, our major purpose is to help our students achieve their full potentials, as both learning and success are state dependent. So now, talking about leadership and the importance of becoming our own leaders, what is your opinion about this? Please, Cecilia.
We can't raise leaders in a system of compliance. So back to my original point, they have to raise a hand about everything. They can't question authority. They can't challenge assumptions. We don't teach our children critical thinking. We don't teach them communication. We don't teach them creativity or communication, creativity, critical thinking. What's the fourth one? Does anyone know the 21st century skills? Collaboration. That's the fourth one. Thank you. So we don't really invest time in teaching them this. We're so caught up teaching math and science and language that we're not getting them to sit and think and reflect and talk about their thoughts and what their thoughts are on certain subjects, important subjects. We're not teaching them how to sew or cook or bake. We're not teaching them how to create. We're not teaching them. There's no time for all that because we're so consumed with the need that everybody has to learn the same thing at the same time. So leadership, I think, is rooted in uncovering a child's true purpose, understanding that every child has a different purpose. They're born to us a gift to this world. They were intelligently designed, and they're being told by social media and other avenues and agendas, very insidious, damaging, psychologically damaging agendas, that they can be anything they want to be. They can even change, their species if they want, if they would like to identify as something different than what they are. So we really need to be careful and really protect the child's self-esteem and self-confidence because those are the initial steps to leadership. And then we need to teach every child to be a leader in their own right. Leadership doesn't have to look the same for you as it does for me. I can be a leader in my own right. You can be a leader in one thing, I can be a leader in another. We're both still leaders. We're just not leading the same way. So we need to teach them the skills and the passion required to be leaders and teach them how to become the best version of themselves. That's my thought.
Thank you.
Wow. Okay. So I'm in higher education, and I'm an external relations guy, really. So what I do is I lead a team of individuals to raise money for the university that I work for, along with our healthcare system, and also experience government relations and all of that. So everything external relations, marketing, brand engagement. And so in order to lead the teams that I lead, a couple of things. One, they have to know that I care about them. Just being really personal, right? If you don't believe that I care about you, you're not going to follow me. Now I can manage you, but I'm not going to be a leader of you in this team if you don't believe that I care about you. So that's one. And your well-being, your career success, everything. Um, Leadership. The other piece of that is accountability. And so you can't be a leader, in my opinion, if you're not willing to hold yourself accountable first, and then your team's accountable, right? Um, in my position, the buck really stops with me, and I accept that. I tell my team all the time because I try to pour a lot into them. I tell them everyone wants the title, everyone wants the salary that they assume comes with this. Everyone wants the profile, right? The respect that they think the title that comes with the title. But are you ready to make a hard decision? Are you ready to send someone home that may change the dynamics of their family? Are you ready to again make those tough decisions that are not necessarily popular? And so all of that comes with leadership as well. And everybody, oftentimes, we want all of the good things that we believe comes from it, but we don't think about the bad or those dark days or those tough days. And so accountability is core to this topic we call leadership, or the word we call leadership. In addition to that, actually, I'll stop right there because I'll go on forever. But so I do want to leave you guys with 2 points. Again, accountability, and then ensuring if you're a leader. How many of us manage, lead people? You have a team under you at all? Okay, so at least over half the room. And so again, make sure your team knows that you care about them as an individual. You care about their career success. I can tell you that I've built teams before they'll run through a wall for me. Brick wall, that wall doesn't matter. They'll run through a wall for me, and we have done that. And so that's the kind of team you want, but it starts with them knowing that you care about them, their well-being, and you're setting them up for future career success and growth, even if that means they leave from under your leadership and go somewhere else. You promote that, you push that.
So I think there's some unlearning that needs to happen when we hear the word leadership. I think a lot of times there's a very one version of what that looks like in today's society. I work for an organization that is really about developing premier leaders. And as we start to work with Generation Z, who are very different than maybe those of previous generations. They see themselves in a very different way. They look at things from a very optimistic standpoint. They may not know how to express themselves, but they are using that as an opportunity to become a platform to showcase and outline those pieces. And so I think sometimes it's really easy from a leadership role is that we want cookie cutters that may emulate what our leadership styles are. But I think it's being able to recognize that leaders come in all shapes and sizes. They have all different backgrounds, and the way that they lead, from a quiet leader to those that are going to be more boisterous, you know, those are things that need to be recognized and fostered and flourished in students, and giving them the opportunity to really be able to lead in their own way. So I think even when we kind of with this topic, as I was reflecting a little bit, I think there's some unlearning underneath the topic of leadership in general, because I think we might have our own stigmas of what we see, and when we don't see someone articulating just like how we lead, then we find defaults or faults in their leadership styles.
So I think my thoughts are similar to Archie's in many ways. And, almost everyone in this room raised their hand when he asked who was a leader. I'm going to ask another question. How many of us actually believe power is a good thing? Okay. So, some hands, but not all hands. And that was one of my biggest limiting beliefs was I used to think power was evil, right? You probably heard the quote, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And while there's truth to that, and our society is very, very good at hand picking the worst of the worst case scenarios, right? That's how our minds are built, is to search out the negative. It's a form of self-protection. Where I'm going with this is John Maxwell defines leadership as influence. And influence, he says, is built from character and conviction. If you want to get to a position of what Archie was describing, where an immense amount of responsibility is put in your hands, it reminds me of the story of the ruler who comes and asks Jesus to come heal his daughter, and Jesus says he'll come, and he said, "No, that's okay. Just say the word, and she'll be healed, because I have authority, and I tell men to come, and they come, and other men to go, and they go." And what he was really saying was he has authority over people, and he's probably caused people to live and die based on his decisions, and he didn't feel worthy of the Messiah coming into his home. And Jesus said, "By your great faith, she's been healed." I bring that up because if you want people to follow you, you first have to be an excellent leader of yourself. And that's through developing a strong moral character with integrity, with conviction to your values, and the values, if you work for a firm, upholding their values as well. That's where you're going to gain influence and where people will be willing to follow you based on your character.
Awesome, awesome. I'm going to jump on what all of my esteemed colleagues said. Couple of things. Good leaders are self-reflective. Good leaders are self-reflective, and good leaders surround themselves with one or two people that can tell them when they're wrong. That is a very important part of leadership. Someone has to be able to say to you, "I think you have it wrong this time." And the one thing that when I talk to principals and district leaders, I ask them two questions. One, who can talk you off the ledge? And who can tell you when you're wrong? Because as you talk about power, because if I'm in a position of power, someone has to keep me grounded how I use and distribute that power. And one of the things, so when we talk about restoratively, you're talking about, are you using fair process when you engage your people? Are you making sure where they might be on a compass of shame? What are you doing? Do you allow a place where people can show up as their authentic self? I'm going to give you a quiz, and I don't want you to tell us, but just think about which leader would you be in this situation. So let's say you have a presentation, the presentation to Monica. Monica's the CEO, and this is an important presentation. It goes horribly wrong. Every bad thing that can happen happens. And you're just sitting here present watching this presentation. Might as well jump off the top floor of Caesar's Palace. Who would you be? Would you be leader A, who gives everybody the death stare in the meeting? And everybody knows what's coming. Or would you be leader B? He or she holds it together. They go home and they talk, and you get that email, be at the office first thing in the morning, and you know it's going to be hell to pay. Or would you be leader C? Leader C goes home, de-escalates, and guess what leader C asks themselves? Did I, me, the leader, do everything I should have done to put my team in a position to succeed? They process that with themselves before they even engage their team. And whether good or bad, they have taken the time to process and self-reflect. And then if the answer is yes, I did, they strategize on how they can go back and not tear their team down, but actually identify the problem, and we go forward in a restorative way. So leadership is about self-reflection. It is about having someone that can tell you when you're wrong, and it's also about being restorative. As my colleague said, how do I show up as a leader, and do people want to work where I am? And Microsoft, one more thing, quick thing, Monica. I work for Microsoft, and they were having a lot of turnover. That's a long
I'm
story.
sorry to interrupt
Oh,
you,
sorry.
but I just have been informed that now we have the chance to welcome 4 questions.
Oh,
so
awesome.
maybe you would like to include this story in one of the replies from the questions, okay? So now, please raise your hand. No, sorry, please, now, as we just said, that is better to encourage improvisation. Please, go ahead with your questions. Please, yes. Archie, Archie.
So oh, I was just going to say, I actually love your thoughts on what leadership looks like, and I completely agree with you. I feel that as leaders, we need to invest in our employees, helping them learn and grow, even if they may leave us. I'm part of Wise Computing Academy, and my company, especially in Colorado, has such a high rate of employee retention, whereas many of my WISE counterparts struggle with employee retention. I believe one reason we see a high retention rate is because of the way we treat our staff. We show a lot of love and compassion, remembering small things about them, and helping them learn and grow, and being there for them. So if I were to impart some wisdom on leadership, I would say that practicing love and compassion is the key to being a great leader. So thank you for your insights.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I say something to that?
Sure.
So as leaders, we have to be careful about the bridge that we build, because we may have to cross that same bridge one day. And so those that are coming under me, under my tutelage, leadership, whatever, my team, at some point, I may have to go work for them one day. They may have to say yes or no to bringing me on. Like, you never know how this thing called life works and turns out, right? Today I'm on top, it could be the bottom tomorrow, vice versa. And so I'll just add that to that comment.
Thank you.
I want to add to that, but from a child perspective. Our children are going to decide which senior home we go to when we get older. So make sure that you treat them with respect as well, because once again, how we treat them and how we respect them into the world and build their character is how they're going to become leaders in the future as well.
Archie, I just wanted to say
Nice.
it takes a lot of courage to say what you just said.
I can't
So,
see who said. Oh, I'm sorry.
same here.
Same person. Okay. Thank you.
I was
Thank you.
just saying that it takes a lot of courage to say what you just said, that, someday, who knows, your employees might be in a bigger position than you, then you might end up working for them. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. So Jacob Beasley, Accelerated Excellence. That has happened to me where an employee became my boss. I have a question. So imagine you are a new leader and at an organization. And so I like this idea of restorative practices and building leadership within from self within the team members. If you were to go into a culture in which that type of leadership doesn't exist, where it's more transactional, bureaucratic, how then do you begin to shape the culture towards the outcomes that you are espousing?
Great question. Great question. May I?
Please.
One thing you have to do, you have to restoratively name what you're facing. And a lot of times there's a saying, my wife's principal has a saying, we can't solve a problem that's not known about. And sometimes people don't want to face the problem. So restorative, you have to identify this is what we're working with, and now how we are going to fix this. And I would say in a restorative environment, I always say you hear three words a lot: we, our, and us. So yes, we have this problem. It's not the end of the world, but how are we going to have courageous conversations? Because that's what it's going to take, courageous conversations, and identify and where are we going to start with those tiny habits, with tiny habit, because a lot of times when people face that, they want to like, it's real big, but we have to start small. And I have one thing I'll say, and I'll pass to one of my colleagues. I always say you have to have the Rome wasn't built in a day mentality whenever you're trying to go from one step to another.
I spoke a little bit about this in my earlier talk. Is whenever you enter an institution, whether it's a new job, a church, a school, there's a hierarchy already in place. And for me, it starts in my quiet time, similar to what Archie was saying, is you got to ask yourself, is this my calling, my anointing, my appointing to change this hierarchy? And if so, you're going to have to find allies within that institution. Or is this something I just need to understand and I'm in this season of my life, and perhaps it might change by me going to another hierarchy down the line, or with more experience, not saying you're not experienced, but more time in that enterprise, will you have more resources to start changing that? It's very difficult, and I'm just giving you realistic, practical advice. It's very difficult to change something when you're new. In fact, it can be detrimental to your career.
Can I add?
Yeah.
Like that's a great question, and so I get excited about this stuff. So great, you can tell. So great question, and so I'm one that's I'm new to my role. I say new, just under 2.5 years, but I was new to Texas. I'm from the South, originally from rural Mississippi, and so there's a saying that we have in the South. South, I know other people are from outside the U.S. The southeastern part of the United States. Let me say that. There's a saying we have in the South. You have to read the tea leaves, right? And so you have to read the tea leaves to see which way the wind is blowing. And so before you go and try to change, you need to make sure you understand the situation that you're in. You need to understand the internal politics. We haven't used that word, very important. The internal politics that exists within an organization and the external politics as well. You need to understand there used to be this show, Pros versus Joes. I don't know if you guys know about that, but anyway. But who are the pros and who are the Joes in the organization? Who are those that really have influence? And maybe that's someone that has the title to match. Maybe it's the janitor, right? Like who has the influence of those that are the decision makers, right? And so you may or may not, if you're not the chief decision maker, you may or may not be able to influence directly the decision maker. And so I've been in those situations many times where I raise money for a living, and so I'm going to someone that I need to see to raise. I can't get to that person. Who can get to this person? Who is connected to this person and has influence with this person? I'm going to work that angle. And so read the tea leaves, understand what you can do, what you can't do, and then understand what you're willing to stand for and what you're not willing to stand for. And just be willing to be okay with whatever the decision is uh, based on what you select to or choose to do.
Thank you. We have time for a last question.
Check. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Um, this question is to two of you. The lady on the extreme, yes, and I'd also like to hear the perspective of the restorative gentleman on the other extreme. Now, I'm coming from a school. I have nursery primary school, and I have a secondary school. Each of them has about 20, 25, 30 students in each. And I'm wondering, everyone wants their opinion heard. Even when you say raise your hand, you're still going to get auntie I, uncle I. Then you have to pick. So where do you draw the line between freedom and order?
Mm-hmm.
And where do you allow, because I have this chica who, if you do not do that, chica will always be the one to speak and would speak over everybody in the class. And until she has spoken, no other person can speak. So when you were speaking, I was painting a picture at one of the classes, and I was like, no, this is not going to work. But instead of concluding, I just wanted to know, where do you draw that balance? Where do you draw that line? And how are you going to be able to work with opportunity and equity? I just in case, I just want to hear his own opinion, because he seems to come from another school of thought. Thank you.
Okay. Again, great question. One thing I'll say, in a restorative environment, you still have community norms. So you establish your community norms, and one of your norms may be take space, give space. And so in taking space and giving space, again, but we're dealing with children. So they're going to have to learn how to take space and give space. And so you're teaching. One thing I say as a trainer, when I train trainers, I say sometimes you'll have to say something like, you'll have a question, you'll say, for the interest of time, I can take 3 responses. And so you're not really making someone feel cut off because you're giving a norm up front. And then you can go into, hey, we heard from Chica. You may have to have a side conversation with Chica. Chica, hey, you know what? We love you. And we love that you are outspoken, but we want to give our other community members a chance to speak. So, Chica, sometimes I'm not going to call on you, not because I don't want to hear what you're saying, because we want to hear what everybody is saying. And just know that, and I agree with, and I know Sylvia's going to say, because we don't want to shut her down. We want to keep her empowered, and we want to keep that openness, but we also want to give space for the other people.
So Chica sounds a lot like my eldest daughter. She is 12 years old and she can't stop talking. There's no period at the end of any sentence. It's one run-on paragraph. Apparently, her mom is the same. So what we do is we have an unstructured structure. So we do have norms that are agreed. They're called community norms. The kids decide on them. They decide on the actions, the consequences. We do have a sensory room where children who are overstimulated and they feel like they're not being heard, they can go into the sensory room and they can choose a coach, one of the education leaders, or a peer, or our behavioral specialist on site to go and speak to them about how they're feeling. Now, we do have something called, it's literally a really ugly construction cone. It's called the cone of dialogue. And the kids decorated it with some weird stickers. It's really cute. And basically, when we are having a discussion, in order to teach everyone to listen to each other, they have to pass the cone to the next person who would like to speak. So there are moments and times where we have to teach patience and turn taking, because this is real life. We're teaching them to be leaders. We have to teach them to listen, and we have to teach them to, how they can communicate and how to collaborate effectively. But we've taken out the other oppressive parts of the structure that doesn't really lead to natural learning. We've taken away the bells, no ringing of bells. We've taken away the different subjects that they have to do at a certain time in silos. So what we do in the beginning of the week is we hold them accountable. We ask them, what are you going to work on this week? Here's what you need to learn by the end of the year. In order to graduate grade 7, you need A, B, and C. So what will you attack this week? And we get them to actually declare it to everyone so that they're accountable to their colleagues. So you can have freedom And you can have structure, but the structure doesn't have to be oppressive. It can be complementary to the natural learning styles of the students. Is that good?
Thank you. Thank you so much. The time at our disposal is over. I'd like to thank, first of all, our panelists for their valuable advice, the conference organizers for inviting me to moderate this panel, and of course, all of you for your attention and your very interesting questions. At the end of the day, we learn to return and to earn in life. And this was the ultimate message of this panel. So thank you so much again for your attention and your time. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you to our panelists and our moderator for that last session. Now, how do we cultivate the leaders of tomorrow from the earliest stages of development? The research underscores the importance of early childhood education, revealing that the first 5 years are critical in setting the groundwork for lifelong learning, behavior, and health. Up next, we're turning our attention to a topic that resonates with the very foundation of leadership and growth, from little seeds to great leaders, unleashing potential in the early years. To take this discussion forward, let's give a big round of applause to Zoe Madewell, the founder and CEO of Musicology Lab, and our esteemed panelists. Welcome.
Brace yourself. We are going to wake you up. Crank it up back there. Let's go. Stand up. Stand up and welcome my panel, y'all. Put your hands together. It's a dangerous world. If you have dealt with little ones, it's a dangerous world. Who here has felt the danger? Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you all so much. We are so excited. I promise you, it doesn't matter how many people are in this room. Each one of you is going to leave with something you're going to carry away that's going to transform how you look at education, especially those little seeds. I am honored to introduce my esteemed panel. What we're going to do, I'm humbled and grateful to be on the stage with each one of them, getting to know them. You're going to get a taste of them in just a minute. Without further ado, let's start. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Heidi Kasevich, and I serve as the Certification Program Director at the Gardner Carney Leadership Institute. And I run a program that trains faculty in our pedagogy of leadership, which combines brain science, social and emotional intelligence, leadership studies, cultural competency, and developmental psychology. That's a mouthful. The GCLI stands firmly on the belief that teachers can unleash the potential of their students through intentional leadership education, and that leadership is a practice and habit of mind that can be taught at any age. I also serve as leadership educator and executive coach at my own company, Case Leadership, which is a mission-driven organization committed to fostering temperament-inclusive cultures where people of diverse personality styles can thrive. Through professional development workshops, keynote presentations, and executive coaching, Case Leadership facilitates the courageous conversations needed to create communities of belonging, where introverts are as valued as their extroverted counterparts for their potential to learn and to lead.
Thank you, Heidi. Thank you so much. And going down, Tom?
Hi, I'm Dr. Tom Heemstra. My company is called Mach 5, and I'm an executive coach and consultant. But I call it Mach 5 because, well, that music was in my honor there. It's Highway to the Danger Zone, right? So I was a former F-16 fighter pilot and then F-16 fighter squadron commander after that, in charge of 30 to 35 elite fighter pilots. So I have 15 combat missions myself. And then I started my company to help everybody achieve their dreams. So when I was 10 years old, I wanted to be a fighter pilot. That dream came true, and that's what I do, is try to help everybody reach their maximum potential, businesses and individuals. So I'm here at your service. I'd love to spend more time with you and talk to you about it. My PhD is in strategic leadership. So we focus on transformational leadership and servant leadership, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later. But those are the keys, I think, to changing the world, turning the world upside down, because as you've seen from the newspaper reports, 80% of Americans think we're going in the wrong direction. 70, 80%, whatever poll you look at, in businesses, their employees are disengaged, disenfranchised, disappointed, right?
No, no, he's just introducing himself. Don't worry, we're so excited.
And so anyway, that's what we're here to do, is help you guys achieve your dreams, achieve your goals, and turn the world upside down by you becoming all that you were meant to be.
Thank you, Tom. And can we honor Tom and all servicemen around the world and those here with us? Thank you, Tom, for your service. And now let's move down. Desiree.
Hi, folks. I'm Desiree Delzio, Dr. Delzio. I am the CEO and founder of DE&C Consulting. That is Determine, Educate, and Change. My team of consultants goes around the country and work with education leaders to determine their successes and gaps, to educate folks and their teams on how to leverage those successes to bridge their gaps, and change organizations into the most thriving places where children, staff, and families can build the dreams that they want to become lifelong learners. I have a master's degree in leadership with a focus on nonprofit management. So the majority of organizations that I work with are nonprofit. I have a doctoral degree in education with a focus on organizational development and leadership. So leadership is my focus, my passion. So the work that I do is really designed to support agencies across the nation in really building their own personal leadership development while bringing their teams along with them. I have a small but exciting team of folks that are doctoral level and really work to support programs across the nation. Our focus is on early childhood, so the 0 to 5 world. I started in education about 30 years ago, 35 years ago as a teacher, and have done a number of roles since then. The last 15 years have been with Head Start programs across the nation. So we are collecting funds from the federal government and safeguarding them to support children and families that are disenfranchised in our communities. About 8 years ago, I started working for central office in Washington, D.C., and worked with the writers of the laws for Head Start programming, and went around the country and met with about 400 different agencies. That's about 25% of the organizations in this country, and saw all the most amazing ways of doing this work and all the things that get you in trouble. So the work that I do is to support great work and mitigate risk and challenge.
Thank you, Heidi. Marianne.
Hi,
I'm sorry.
I'm Mary Jane Sander. I'm a practicing teacher, and I work for the Institute for Sociocognitive and Neurosemantic Language Learning. I have my master's in neuroeducation, which is a combination of neurobiology, cognitive psychology, and language. And I have a autistic, intellectually disabled 22-year-old, so I have a very large passion for bringing language to children who are underserved, and mostly for those youngest learners. I teach kindergarten through 3rd grade special education.
Wonderful. Let's now take a moment to talk about how we are here to talk about the little seeds and how to turn them into great leaders. Heidi's going to kick it off with a question I'm going to ask her, but before I do that, how many of you are introverts in the room? Oh, they're slowly raising their hands for those of you not watching. This is going to really, really excite you because Heidi has written a book, and Brace yourself, introverts around the world. It's called Silent Talk, setting the stage for introverts to thrive. I can't wait to have her hear more about what made you write this book and give all of the introverts listening and those who work with introverts and neurodivergent students like all of us, how can we learn from your book and what inspired you to write it?
Thank you so much, Zoe. I'm thrilled to be able to talk to you about this book today. It is forthcoming, so I'm just putting the finishing touches on the manuscript. Today constitutes a day where I'm actually leaving my book cave, and it's lovely to be here all with you. So my work with students, faculty, and parents across the nation shows that we tend to associate a leader with someone who is extroverted, daring, alpha, gregarious, and bold. He takes charge rather than takes care. He gives orders rather than listens to others. Our introverted students, well, they often end up feeling as if they do not have leadership potential because they're not inclined to be loud or outgoing, to love the podium, or to be in control. They often feel misjudged, misunderstood, or overlooked in our schools today across the nation. So the aim of my book, Silent Talk, is to provide research-based strategies and tools for K through university level educators to foster teaching and learning communities where introverts and extroverts are recognized for their potential to learn and lead in authentic ways. I define a temperament-inclusive classroom as one characterized by a balance between collaborative work on the one hand and independent work on the other, group work and solitude. It's one that prizes deep listening and writing as varied forms of classroom engagement. As we cultivate a culture of quiet in our schools, we actually honor the learning styles of a third to a half of our student population who are more likely to fall on the introverted side of the introvert-extrovert spectrum. So in section 1, Fostering Respect for Temperament Diversity, you will learn about the biochemistry that leads you to self-declare as more introverted or more extroverted, the strengths that correlate with the introverted or extroverted temperament, and ways to flex your style in the name of a core personal project. And then go back to who you are and do some good recharging. There was a study by Quiet Revolution, Susan Cain's Quiet Revolution, which is where I used to work. And we partnered with the Values in Action Institute. And we discovered something very interesting. We discovered that the introverted temperament has a very strong correlation with the character strength humility. By the way, there are about 24 character strengths according to positive psychology. In terms of leadership, I am a humility fan. And when it comes to our youngest kids, lower school, middle school, they think that humility means weakness, a lack of self-esteem. But I want to set the record straight. A quiet ego is an indication of a healthy self-esteem, one that acknowledges one's own limitations and yet has a firm sense of self-worth and value, transcending the self without losing the self. I love that quotation. A humble leader works to harness input from everyone, admits they don't have all the answers, seeks constructive feedback, and credits others. In fact, it was former Senior Vice President of Google, Senior Vice President of People Operations at Google, Laszlo Bock, who decreed that humility was what he was looking for in new hires because humble leaders enable team members to feel included, which is a direct link to innovation. And the energy that can be ignited in organizations with humble leadership is dramatic. Research reveals that humble leaders can create cultures in schools in which teachers are more satisfied with their jobs, students attain higher test scores, and discipline problems decline. In section 2, creating introvert-friendly classrooms, You explore research-based techniques to foster the engagement and creativity of introverted students and harness the productivity and creativity of mixed temperament teams. So it's introverts and extroverts together. Incredible synergies can occur. So the following story I'd like to share reveals how one faculty member encouraged his colleagues to incorporate introvert-inclusive language when writing narrative reports about students. To paraphrase one of the many interviewees for this book, it was the tyranny of the verbal participation grade that compelled him to take action. Participation grades, but the quantity of speech, are often about 50% of a student's grade. He says, in narrative comments, I noticed that we used expressions like, even though you never participate in class, or I'd like to see you raise your hand more, or when you work with a group, you need to be more of a leader. This educator worked with his faculty to highlight the strengths of introverts in written comments. Came up with quiet anchor comments, sentence starters that put some of the great strengths of introverts in the fore. And he also thought that participation could be expanded, right, to include one-on-one conversations after class, emails to the teacher, clarifying questions. I mean, there's so many different ways one can engage in a classroom environment. What we do not want is to lose any opportunity to foster engagement in our classrooms. So a couple of his quiet anchor comments. Stefan is deliberate in his thoughts and actions, takes time to offer thoughtful reflections, and perseveres in his work. Georgiana is an innovative thinker who thrives during independent tasks. Zamir leads by listening to others, empowering others to do the same. And then finally, in section 3, you learn the importance of solitude in our noisy, distracted world. I've called the section Rescuing Solitude, as well as ways you can be a change agent in creating quiet spaces in your classrooms, your cafeterias, your faculty rooms, and even on your school grounds. I can tell you I was in the classroom for over 20 years. There was always one place I could go to recharge, and that was the ladies' room. It was nonstop action. And so we have to remember that with a heightened sensitivity to social and sensory stimuli, the introverts really need time to restore their energy. When I think of the human being as like a battery, it gets drained. It's possible that an overstimulated introvert can retreat to the sidelines, turn inward, or literally shut down. That is not going to be an engaged child in your classroom. So knowing when alone time is crucial. I'm a big fan of one strategy. I call it the quiet energy management calendar. Think of your time management calendar. This is an energy management calendar. And so we can teach our students at the youngest of ages possible to set out blocks of time where they know that they can have some quiet time. I mean, there's incredible research on the power of daydreaming and its links to creativity, just walking in nature, just thinking. So I highly recommend that. And energy management calendar, it's the non-negotiable times that can become the recharging times.
Thanks.
Finally, can I mention one thing about quiet spaces? So there was one school I worked with, it's featured in the book, about cafeteria times. I mean, lunch times can be really incredibly overwhelming for the introverted third to a half of our population. So the teacher cites, like many elementary schools, lunchtime is nothing short of hectic. For 4 periods in a row, there's booming acoustics, whistles and microphones are needed to keep things under control. So what you did, a very simple solution, called it peaceful lunch, created a corner of the cafeteria, covered the tables with butcher block paper, had some crayons, some calming glitter jars. This peaceful lunch became like a sensation in the school. There was a waiting list. For the first time, over 400 people signed up for this peaceful lunch. So I just want to end on the notion of like the importance of quiet for introverts and extroverts alike. We know we are living in an incredibly noisy, busy world. And so I want to quote one of my favorite humanist psychologists, Scott Barry Kaufman, who says, The mind must have the space to settle down if it is to come up with the insights that make for creative work. So thank you.
Wow. Let's clap. Let's make our hands up. Thank you so much. That was amazing. Thank you so much. And if we don't have time for questions at the end, because I know we're going a bit over here, please approach the wonderful speakers on the stage afterwards and meet them and collaborate with them for questions. Tom, we can't wait to hear you.
Okay. Highway to the danger zone, right?
That's right.
All right. Thank you to Paul in the back with the technology and all the staff here that helps make this work. We'll see you. Ready? Oh, from little seeds to greatness. I'll go back. And then realize was there already. All right. Mach 5 Quantum Leadership. That's my company. That's my office. There we go. From little seeds to great leaders. Potentiality. So when I talk about quantum leadership, that's the cool thing. Quantum leadership is the world of potentiality. Quantum, the world of potentiality. It's not just, possibility that you could achieve your dreams. It's potentiality and reaching your max potential. So that's what we're all about. Like I said, that's my office over the desert in the F-16. So breaking barriers. So the sound barrier, Mach 1, my company's Mach 5. What's the next barrier that we need to break through? What's all these seminars that are going on in all these ballrooms, education, internet, leadership? We're all trying to solve problems. So what's those barriers that are holding us back? And so you need to understand high performance and how do we create high performance teams. And that starts with the seeds of dreams. Paradigms. So two meanings there, right? Paradigms. And it's our mental mindset. So what we're talking about with quantum leadership is a quantum world. So, Isaac Newton sat under the tree, the apple fell, hit him on the head. He said, well, I think that's gravity. It must be gravity. So we learned a lot about gravity. We learned a lot about the Newtonian world. And even in these seminars, you'll hear people talking about there's a formula. Here's a formula for how we get where we want to go. Well, our formulas aren't working anymore because we're beyond a Newtonian world. And we have to progress to what's next. And Albert Einstein realized what that was. He called it weird science at a distance, and he was talking about the quantum world. So takes a new thinking, and the other cool thing, it's on the leading edge. So it's what's coming. It's what we need to start thinking about the way we think, and that's of course critical in education. So the quantum world, like I said, Newtonian gravity. It creates chaos. Has anybody noticed that there's a little bit of chaos in our educated world, right? In the world of education, in Washington, D.C., a little bit of chaos there. It's because the old thinking doesn't work. And, if you know a little bit about physics and the second law of thermodynamics, that everything progresses towards increasing randomness or entropy. So that's the chaos that we see. That's why trees lose their leaves. That's why cars rust, right? It's entropy. So the new science is quantum, it's potentiality, and it thrives on chaos. So amidst all this chaos that we're seeing in Washington, D.C., or in our education system, or with artificial intelligence coming, amidst that, we can thrive on it, and that's opportunities for quantum leaders. The transient zone, I call it the transient zone. So it's a world of illumination of insights of things that we didn't know before. We didn't know that there's a quantum world out there, but it's like Mike on the ball court, right? On the basketball court, when he throws up the shot, behind his back, twirls around, kicks it off the back of his heel, and it goes in the basket, right? And he's running down the court with his tongue in the side of his face and just, he's in the zone, right? And so that's what the transient zone is for quantum and performance. So just think of that picture for where we want you to go. So we're talking about change, right, with innovation. And so this is a big ship that needs to turn around. It's going to take transformational change. And you hear that term misused all the time. Like this is going to be a transformational bridge that we build here. Or, this is a transformational budget for 2025. Or Buttigieg, they misuse transformation. So here's a good definition for my study on transformation. It's the rest of the story. First, it's relationship learning. How would that help us in our classrooms if we had way better relationships, even amongst the staff and educators, and with Washington, D.C. Experiential learning, many of you know about that. Service learning, a lot of schools and colleges are adapting service learning programs. But being in the military, how many veterans were there out there? One? Yeah, maybe just one. So we understand about service. And the guys come back from Iraq and, they're in the hospital with amputees and, they ask them, well, what are you going to do next? And they want to go back. They want to go back on the fighting line. It's because they're built to serve or they've learned to serve and they love serving. So that whole service learning thing is huge. And then the last one is truth, right? It's not your truth versus my truth or somebody else's truth. That's not truth. That's truth with a little t. But there is a truth with a big T. And if that was incorporated into our education and curriculum, it would go a long ways. So it's not just the content of what we teach. This quick slide I'm just going to go through, but it's the culture. So we need a transformational cultural change in our country. Culture eats strategy for breakfast. Anybody heard that? So it doesn't matter what we plan here today. It doesn't matter, the things that we think are going to work until we change the culture. Culture eats strategy and your tactics for breakfast. So leaders define culture. That's why you guys are here. Help us define culture, define reality. Leaders define reality. Leaders build culture, and leaders change culture. And best leaders engage at the heart level. And so that's that servant leadership that us folks in the military definitely understand. So dreams are the seeds of success, unleashing potential power, profits, passion, prosperity, and purpose propelled by dreams. Potentiality. This is a book that I have coming out here in the next couple months. So excited about that. It's called The Hypersonic Secret, and where we share quantum leadership with the world and why you can put this science stuff, quantum, with the word leadership and make it a social science that we all need to know. So Mach 5, hypersonic, the next barrier. And this is how you can get a hold of me. Speakers, seminar, coaches, mastermind we have, podcast, and please reach out. Thank you.
Let's clap for Tom. Quantum leadership. Take that home. Remember his book. Remember this beautiful man who is innovating educational leadership, which is why we're all here from all over the world. Let's move down. I'm going to actually ask Desiree a beautiful question. How do you use formal and informal evaluation systems to improve student, family, and staff performance?
That is a beautiful question. Thank you. First of all, I want to say, maybe you all have heard the expression, if you're the smartest person in the room, find another room. I feel very humbled to be sitting next to these folks. And I think that as I shared with you, I've sort of gone all over the country, and I've worked with lots of different programs and organizations out there that are doing really great work. And they're trying to do things like create cultures of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. They are trying to understand their staff. They're trying to meet people where they are. And I hear people say these things all the time. But I wonder, do they really know how to meet people where they are? So they formally assess their staff, their children. This may look like standardized testing, children's outcomes, performance evaluations, observations in the classroom, all of these different formal techniques that we use to really try to understand our organizational platform and to figure out, well, where are our challenges? And then they make assumptions about why those challenges exist. And they train and they build on those assumptions. What they don't do is conduct informal types of analysis and assessment of their organizations that pause to think about